possible flashbang. You can see scooters and rocks, all those items thrown down on top of law enforcement. The protesters now on top of the overpass, still throwing those items. It is nonstop, and about a block away is where we saw those Waymos on fire. As for LAPD, we're only seeing California Highway Patrol at this certain location. A couple blocks away towards City Hall, there was a massive LAPD presence. It seems like they've kind of been pushed this direction. But for now, that's what we're seeing, as it's pretty intense out here. Sometimes police firing back at the protesters with those flashbangs and those rubber bullets from down on the freeway. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, we just saw that protester lob a piece of rock or concrete over the edge there down to the 101.
I'm surprised, though, to see part of the freeway open there. As we have that wide shot there, you can see police have one side of the freeway completely closed with their vehicles. The crowd still, as Matthew said, with that overpass. Yet, Matthew, part of the freeway, the other side is moving.
Yeah, definitely. You want to warn your family, your friends that's traveling through downtown on the 101 northbound. It's still open. So there are people on top of these right now, as you see, throwing rocks and bottles and e-scooters onto the freeway, kind of anything that they can get. But we did speak with the mayor just a little while ago, and she's blaming this chaos on the President Trump administration.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protest?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And any time it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Yeah, just take another live look here. You can kind of see the situation. It's pretty much out of control at this point. We're not, again, seeing any LAPD. We're seeing tons of rocks, bottles, and graffiti, and just it's ongoing right now. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Well, we should note, Matthew, that earlier people were on the freeway, so they have made some progress when it comes to law enforcement and getting people off the freeway and onto those side streets, those surface streets, that overpass. But earlier in the afternoon, we saw that freeway was packed with people and a lot of protesters there.
Exactly, yeah. So it looks like the California Highway Patrol pushed the protesters off of the 101. And since then, we're seeing this situation where the protesters kind of have the higher ground on top of members of law enforcement. They've abandoned their vehicles at this point, and the vehicles are taking a massive beating from these protesters. And
they've got
sometimes
the
we'll see
protesters
members
at the
of law enforcement
geographical
step
high
out.
ground, but not the moral high ground here. Their ire is misplaced. Matthew Seedorf, thank you so much for that information. And we do have team coverage. Not only do we have Matthew on the ground there in downtown LA, but we also have Gina Silva. She's live for us in Pasadena, where protesters are gathered outside a hotel where ICE agents are believed to be staying. Gina?
That's right, Susan. There's actually 3 hotels that are nearby. And as you know, with social media, word spreads so fast. And when you start seeing Homeland Security vehicles and Border Patrol vehicles in the area in a very quiet Pasadena neighborhood, the community immediately came out here. They were very upset, and they demanded those agents leave. Take a look.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
These Pasadena residents spent their Sunday protesting outside the AC Hotel on Madison Avenue after social media posts showed Border Patrol vehicles parked outside, confirming agents are currently staying there.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
It is incredibly disrespectful and traumatizing that our city is hosting, apparently, ICE agents, and that Los Angeles is a sanctuary city.
Agents are being housed in these hotels, and that just still is an issue for us because it makes our community members unsafe.
These things are cause for alarm, and I think that's why you see so many people out here.
California State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who represents the 25th District, including Pasadena, says she received reports that ICE agents were asking hotel employees for documentation. She says many workers were so uncomfortable, they walked off the job.
People's rights are being violated. Due process is not being followed. I've been speaking with attorneys at the ACLU. People are being denied their right to an attorney. All of these things are incredibly concerning. In addition to that, I heard that 80 people were arrested yesterday, a majority of whom did not have any sort of criminal record.
As more people gathered to protest outside the AC Hotel,
Show me what democracy looks like!
management called the Pasadena police. Officers explained that anyone, including ICE, is legally allowed to stay at the hotel.
Anybody's free to stay here, basically, whether they're on duty, off duty, or get any type of guest, as long as they're not committing a crime.
By late afternoon, musicians joined the protest, playing songs aimed at La Migra, a term used to refer to immigration and customs enforcement.
This is a campaign that's being carried out to sow fear in the hearts of people who have been here for a long time, working hard, contributing to our economy, contributing to our society.
ICE, get out. We are a sanctuary city, and it is time. As a government teacher, we have rights, and so do our students. Documented or no, you are all Americans.
It was a peaceful protest throughout the day, and about an hour ago, 4 Homeland Security vehicles and 1 unmarked left the building. They were actually chased by the protesters. Joining me is Hector Rivera. You were there. You were witness to this. Describe what happened.
Yeah, today since noon, we have been waiting for federal agents to leave the premises. And about an hour ago, the community that showed up and organized kicked them out. We literally ran them out of town. And I want to communicate to everyone that that's what we should do. We should organize and really, show them that they're not welcome here.
As I understand, the management asked them to leave because they didn't want the protest to continue outside of the building for the other people who are staying at the hotel. But we really don't know if they just left to go on a mission or if they're going to come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with the Community Self-Defense Coalition, and we monitor ICE activity throughout the county, and we will continue to keep track of what they're doing, and we will call out our communities to show up like they did today to effectively remove them from our community, let them know they're not welcome here.
Yeah. All right, Hector, thank you so much for speaking with us. I know that a lot of the folks that I spoke with throughout the day, they're very passionate about what they're doing. They want to get the word out. A lot of them feel like peaceful protest is the way to go, and I can tell you that that's what happened here today. There was a lot of dancing that was taking place. In fact, they started like a little mini concert dancing area right over there, and the music was loud, and obviously some of the people staying at the hotel may not approve of that, but that was the whole point, to make it disruptive for the ICE agents who were at the hotel.
Gina, just for my clarity, did you say that the ICE agents went into this hotel and then asked for people's ID?
The senator, the California senator we spoke with, said that her office received numerous calls saying that the agents, when they were checking in, when they were in the building, that they were asking for documentation. And the workers immediately felt uncomfortable and they walked off. That's the information we received from the senator herself.
Got it. Gina Silva, thank you very much. All right, let's take a look at what Sky Fox is over right now. As you see there, this is the view from downtown LA, looking over the 101 freeway, going southbound, I believe. Isn't that what Matthew said, that the southbound traffic is closed and shut. And you watch as some of the protesters that are standing on that overview there, they're throwing constantly rocks onto those patrol cars. And you see lots of other debris and the cars are definitely showing some scarring from that experience.
You see a number of scooters there on the ground as well. It looks like maybe a bicycle tire there as well. But you don't see our people. And that's what we had earlier this afternoon. People there on the freeway. Protesters had spilled out onto the freeway, and they used their tactics, law enforcement did, to push that crowd back up onto the surface streets there. And you have them tonight on this overpass. Now, it is still fairly light out here on this Sunday in Southern California. You don't see a mass amount of people, but there have been protests going on literally all day. So I'm wondering, Susan, how many people will hang around as it gets darker out? Have they made their point today? This is day 3 of protests.
Yeah, well, we watched, it wasn't a big crowd, but we watched a crowd that stayed fairly active until almost midnight last night. I'm just impressed is the wrong word, but it is remarkable how many rocks are being thrown and how consistently they're being thrown from that overpass. Okay, so it's this kind of scene, however, that is sort of stoking the Trump administration. And today, President Trump spoke about Governor Newsom's handling of the situation. Here's what he had to say.
You have an incompetent governor. Just take a look at the train stations that he's building. Like 20 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him the other night. I said, look, you got to take care of this. Otherwise, I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did.
Sending in the troops. All right, this just in from Governor Newsom. He says the president is threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to L.A. The governor posting this just an hour ago, telling residents to, quote, remain peaceful, don't fall into the trap extremists are hoping for. The governor also posting today that he's asking the Trump administration to rescind that deployment of National Guard troops in L.A. and return them to his command, the state command there. The governor attaching his letter to the White House and saying in part, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California. That from Governor Newsom to President Trump.
And we should just point out how unusual it is to federalize state National Guardsmen. So it hasn't happened in decades. So it's quite unusual indeed. That is in part why a lot of the local officials and the state officials are saying this is inappropriate. Don't do it. Please rescind those troops. All right. So we just gave you another view of what's happening from Skyfox as you see a continuous raining of stones and rocks onto those CHP patrol cars on the 101 freeway. And then look at the scene on the right, screen right. This is earlier today when the California National Guard finally arrived. So it was the order went out yesterday. President Trump even suggested that the National Guard was on site and bringing peace to the city of LA before any had actually arrived in the city of LA. But there you have it, visual evidence that indeed there are now California National Guard in the city of Los Angeles.
And we should note that we have largely seen the National Guard outside that detention center, that federal building there. When you wonder about National Guard being deployed throughout Southern California, this is where we're largely seeing it. I did read in the LA Times that they said they spotted National Guard in Paramount, where we had protests yesterday. But right now, President Trump has them, what I can see here, outside the federal building. And you can see quite the confrontation there. And Susan, I think you and I were talking in the newsroom about the California National Guard. I've interviewed and talked to a lot of those guys and women also during the wildfires who were stationed during our wildfires in Pasadena and the Palisades area. And a lot of them I talked to are from right here in LA, and many are Latino. And so I'm wondering what their thought is as they watch all this go down in the city that they probably love as well.
Well, I'm sure they feel like they're doing the job that they were told that they were supposed to do. Now, did you also not say that there's some suggestion that perhaps Some are saying that they might be able to get out of the duty because they have a conscientious objection.
There was a posting on social media from somebody reliable that has worked in our business who posted something that if you're in the National Guard and you object to being deployed like this, contact this number and perhaps you could talk with somebody. But that was just a posting, again, from a former news colleague. We are watching more footage here as it comes in.
All right, so yeah, so the left corner is a live picture, and then down below is some video that we had.
LAPD we're going to look at here.
Law enforcement working overtime during these protests. And joining us live is Decron Melkonian, a retired LAPD officer. What is your take? Am I correct in I've heard this before, John, we heard it from John Miller, who used to work for LAPD, that the unusual thing about today is that it is not a coordinated effort. We're used to seeing agencies work together during the wildfires, for example, but this time that's not the case. The California National Guard are here, LAPD, LASD. How are they working? Are they working together?
Right. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It is very unprecedented, right? Historically, LAPD has always worked with federal government or federal law enforcement agencies, but it is such a different issue now because of the fact that federal government has a certain policy to take care of. And therefore, LAPD has to stay neutral, because if we infringe and support of taking immigration stance, then the community generally as a whole will no longer have that trust to call the police, to, if they're a victim of a crime, to reach out and ask for help, because they'll fear as though if they are not a legalized citizen here, they'll be taken. So therefore, it is different, because we still want to support any federal activity that's happening for their protection as police officers. But we also have to have the trust of the community and let them trust us if there's any crimes that are happening against them.
The Trump administration has been quite critical of the state of California and the city of Los Angeles for declaring themselves sanctuaries. Last night, Mayor Bass pointed out our declaration as a sanctuary city is 45 years old, and for the exact reason that you just mentioned, that before they had protections for immigrants, there was the concern that people would be preying upon them and they would be too afraid to report to police or the authorities. And now this, I mean, again, Mayor Bass also pointed out that these raids, which they're taking everybody out of a company, out of like a apparel company, and not really being very discerning on whether or not you indeed do have some kind of violent criminal record. What is your take on that? What is your opinion on how ICE agents are handling this?
Well, it's important to note that that's not my place, because as a law enforcement officer for 30 years, your job as an officer is, regardless of what is occurring, as long as it's a lawful order, paramount is public safety. Obviously, the federal government and their law enforcement have a job to do. You might agree or not agree. Listen, LAPD has over 56% Hispanic men and women working in the field. It is also a problem for them. They might even know people that are involved in this. But as a professional police officer in this city, you have to make sure that the public safety is as paramount important here. So that's what they're doing now. And unfortunately, we're seeing a breakdown of the First Amendment, where we have peaceful protests becoming civil unrest, attacks against others, against public property. And now you're in that position as a police officer to handle a very uncontrollable situation.
Well, the three of us have all been in LA for decades. Susan, you're a native LA, Angelino. Officer, I'm wondering if you can compare some of the major crises we've had. I'm thinking back to the '92 riots, where I was a field reporter out there on the streets, like our Matthew Seedorf is, the riots after George Floyd. What you're seeing in this sign of the times as to how policing is done. We know cell phones are everywhere, cameras are everywhere. Everything is instantaneous when it comes to getting out information, where to go for a protest or to post video. What do you make of how policing is done today?
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge challenge, I think, today for police officers. Obviously, look, 2020, George Floyd, this is so reminiscent of that. People are emotionally charged. But unfortunately, some people take that First Amendment and now become violent, and that's the issue. So this, to me, looking back and answering your question, this is very reminiscent of 2020. And you're absolutely right. The social media aspect of it, the organization of these kind of protests involves so many people coming in. And look, there's 80% good people that come in and want to do a normal protest, but there's that combination of people, that group that want to become anarchists and want to utilize this time to destroy the city and hurt others. So 2020 definitely, going back to May Day of 2007, obviously another moment in time where we had this kind of issue. The biggest thing now is to ensure that our police officers have the trust of the community, and we are making sure to continue communicating with them and to know that we are there for them and make sure that our families are okay.
Yeah, let's hope that message gets through. Deacon, thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on and go back to Matthew Seedorf. He is down on the ground there in downtown Los Angeles. Matthew, I find it so remarkable how these rocks just keep raining upon most of the vehicles, because we see that the officers themselves are under the overpass.
Right now, the officers are firing back. It appears like there's a pepper spray canister that's going off, as my eyes are crying pretty significantly. You can see, yeah, we're in the gas right now. All the people have cleared out where we are right now because of this gas, and members of law enforcement firing up. And it's a pretty intense situation still, as it looks like members of CHP are still underneath this overpass. We did see one protester get hit by one of those rubber bullets and needed assistance to walk away, as we're still seeing people throwing rocks underneath, with members of CHP, it looks like, pointing those non-lethals right back. I will tell you, this gas, it just makes, more gas. It just makes your eyes burn. I don't know if we can see those gas canisters going on.
Don't subject yourself to that tear gas longer than you have to. If you can just sort of walk away, perhaps.
It looked like that smoke was coming that gas was coming right up towards our camera, so we can understand if, Matthew, you need to pull back just a little bit to catch your breath there. Let us know when you want to go.
We're trying to get a good vantage point. I don't know if you can see my eyes right now, just how much this stings. Right nose, everything. We'll back up a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is about that mask, it's not really designed for tear gas.
Just looking over here, Elliot, if you want to flip around. So where we're standing right now, this is on the 101 and in Main Street, and all the protesters were lined up here where we were standing. They've sensed that tear gas is appearing to work. People have moved on. They were firing those rubber bullets up here, but you can still see protesters trying to throw things down, but it definitely seems like it is dispersing the crowd right now.
Well, it's interesting to see how this is happening to disperse that crowd. You have those officers there on the freeway below, and that tear gas coming up. Are you seeing law enforcement on the ground level where you are, Matthew?
No, we're not seeing any law enforcement on the ground level where we are, but it looks like the crowd is pushing this direction onto Main Street. I believe that
towards
is
Chinatown?
North on Main Street. Yeah, they're running that direction right now, and then you can looking towards the federal building over here. There's still a large presence of protesters that way, as you can hear people coughing from this gas. I mean, it definitely cleared people out of this area. Are you all right?
Are you all right, Matthew?
Yeah, we're good.
Looks like you're in the path of the wind where it's coming right towards you, and we appreciate your reporting there in these difficult conditions. Please, please maybe get out of the path of the wind there. Okay.
I have to tell you, Matthew and Christine, we're very familiar with that area because we go down there. It's not very far away from the DOJ where the LASD is. It's not very far away, of course. We talked about it already, the federal building, from Little Tokyo, from the Japanese American National Museum. And so to see so much vandalism, so much graffiti on the walls is disturbing, to say the least, because again, all the local authorities are saying, yes, you have a right to protest, but your right to protest stops at being destructive and violent. And when we talked to Bill Escalation, the U.S. Attorney, yesterday, he was quite pointed in saying, if you're destructive, if you hurt one of my officers, we will find you. Now we're looking at Skyfox, and we see these agents, these police officers, as they're running on this road. Is this still part of the 101? Yeah, that is part of the freeway down below. And that patrol car going through that smoke or the tear gas.
Well, Susan, with people on that overpass throwing rocks, etc., onto those vehicles, there was really no way those officers could move the vehicles or move out of that area. And they were taking safety and shelter underneath the overpass there. But also keep in mind, for Angelenos, that means no vehicles going through the freeway in that direction as well. So as long as that freeway is shut down, that's a major hassle for everybody else trying to get around Los Angeles at this point in time. So they were able to move people largely from that area, but you can see people on the top there. Somebody just threw something down right now, so obviously that tear gas only works for so long, and then crowds that he may want to.
Yeah, but look at that guy. Look at that CHP officer. He's got his gun drawn. That is, I believe, a less than lethal weapon, pointing it upwards towards those that are on the overpass. And another lob of both rock from above and a flashbang there. So the goal, of course, is to keep people off of the freeway, because we saw that protesters had managed to shut down the traffic on the freeway. But it's disturbing, to say the least, that these kinds of things are occurring when you understand why there might be a lot of people in the city of Los Angeles. That is a big rock. Hard to see where it landed through the smoke. But a lot of these people are worried about their relatives, their family members, people who are even here legally or were even born here. But there have been instances where citizens have been caught up in the dragnet once they go into a workplace and collect people. ICE agents would collect people. It's remarkable, Christine, how many rocks are on the freeway right now.
Yeah, definitely an area to avoid, the 101 freeway in the downtown area. Obviously, traffic moving in the other direction. Can you imagine, Susan, if you're in a vehicle, an unsuspecting vehicle perhaps, driving past this scene?
Yeah, meantime,
my goodness.
Take a look at these officers trying to get back into their patrol cars. That officer just got in there, but the whole time he like rushed in. He had another officer next to him with his gun pointed upwards in order to prevent somebody from lobbing a rock onto that officer. So he, looks like perhaps he was in a situation where the airbag blew, which is going to make it difficult to drive that vehicle. And that could be as simple as a rock just hit just right and blew the airbag. So it's a disturbing scene, to be sure. And look at that guy. Is just up there with a big rock poised, and he just rains it down upon the freeway, trying clearly to get an officer.
Which is again why they couldn't move those vehicles necessarily with a huge crowd like that. And nobody from law enforcement in the visual that we have there to disperse that crowd. So it's interesting to have watched how they made that happen from the ground there, from the freeway there, shooting up towards the crowd, knowing that that tear gas would float its way up. And it really did, Susan, to watch that in action there, it really did disperse a lot of people there, the bulk of the crowd.
Yeah, but meantime, we still see some people up on that overpass and people that are willing to take a big rock and lob it down onto those CHP officers that are just trying to do their job. Well, really, it's like a misplaced ire, isn't it? These are not ICE agents. They're not going into somebody's workplace and just collecting a bunch of people. That state senator that Gina had suggested there were as many as 80 people were arrested by ICE yesterday, which is double the number that I had heard yesterday when we were doing our coverage. And right now, are they truly illegal? Most likely. Are they truly criminal, like as in violent criminals, and that was the original assertion by ICE and Homeland Security, that the people that they wanted out of this country were those that had criminal records. Violent criminals is what they kept saying. All right, do we want to talk about Congresswoman Maxine Waters? Because she was here. She was in the downtown area earlier today.
Let us also note that LAPD is holding a news conference at 8 p.m. We will take that live to get the update from the LAPD. But yes, we have responses from our senators, from our police chief, from our mayor, and you have also Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
She was downtown this morning and talked about the large gathering of protesters and Friday's arrest of a union president.
I came down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him. I think that he is being targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
Woman Maxine Waters also tried to get into that federal detention center, the MDC, as they call it, the one that we've spent so much time looking at over the last couple of days. And she actually went up to a couple of the California National Guard's people, and she says, "What are you going to do? Are you going to shoot me? Then you better shoot straight." She's got a little sass. We love Maxine Waters for that.
She's been around for a long time. All right, so we have this from President Trump, who issued a warning to California elected officials. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
District of California could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation, something that Poland man
will stand in the way of law and order. Yeah, they will face charges.
There you go. President Trump responding to the idea that perhaps local and state officials could be held liable for how they handle this situation that we're looking at now. Skyfox is overhead. You see there, people are throwing fireworks now. So it's gone from rocks to fireworks and flashbangs. And right now, it's just a fraction of the number of patrol cars that were there earlier. But it's clear, Christine, you pointed out that the tear gas did its job and a lot of people moved out of the area. But look at that. They're starting to gather once again. And what is that? Oh, that guy has like a lawn leaf blower or something. But look, somebody's just lit something and then sending it down onto the vehicle there, CHP vehicle.
So I'm wondering if the vehicles that are remaining there are disabled in some fashion, that they can't move, because you had a bunch of CHP vehicles there that did take the opportunity to move when they were able to clear that overpass. Obviously, that only lasted for so long without backup there of law enforcement to continue to keep it clear. So I'm just wondering if those 3 vehicles are just so damaged in some fashion that they can't move.
Well, that's quite possible. I mean, it looked as if we saw an officer rush into the vehicle that we're looking at right there, and then you see there that curtain. That is an airbag, an impact airbag, perhaps on the side. Once an airbag goes off, then yes, it is a vehicle is disabled. Now, I don't know about law enforcement vehicles. Maybe they have ways to get around that, but my understanding is that once you have the airbag go off, then you can't drive that car anymore.
Well, it's more knowledge than I had on vehicles. Very good, Susan.
Must suggest my driving record. Just kidding.
So we're also looking at all the rocks and probably other objects and scooters there on the ground there on the freeway. And there you see some officers there. It does make you wonder how soon then they can open this freeway. Do all those rocks need to be cleared before they can allow cars to come through? Can you imagine driving over those kind of possibly glass bottles if they were dropping things that were glass?
I would imagine Caltrans would insist that there needs to be some kind of clearance of all the debris, including the vehicles and those scooters that it looks like, you know, we're all familiar with the Bird or Lime scooters. And so when you pick one up in downtown LA and you want to use it as a weapon, you could do it fairly easily. it's just, I find it really disturbing. I'm happy to see that the officers are under that overpass so that they are not at risk. But it was a little dodgy there for a while, watching as so many rocks were being lobbed over from that overpass. And we see them.
Oh, well, look
we
at
see
that.
people.
Something on fire.
Yeah, he's setting something afire. That's the second time I've seen him set something afire.
That could do some damage there if that catches.
It's
like
hard
you
to
said,
see. Is it
airbag.
an actual device, or is it just a bunch of grass that he managed to? Oh, he's trying to possibly light the airbag or make the vehicle catch fire.
Which we've seen them set several Waymo vehicles on. Oh, okay. Well, look at there. You have law enforcement trying to put that out to prevent any further damage in that area. Not sure how successful they'll be with that crowd. They seem to be pretty relentless up there. Again, the fact that the other side of the freeway is open is amazing to me to see.
Me
too. You can see some people there on the ground there also on the left-hand side. Just goes to show you the chaotic nature of what's happening right now in our city. I'm sure if you're trying to get across town and into the valley or to downtown, and you're going this direction where the cars are moving, you're happy to be able to get through. But what an incredible sight to witness as we see this chaos here in our city. The bulk of the protesters are not here. They have moved on from this location. They've been out all day with their protests against ICE and Homeland Security. This is a very, very small crowd here, still trying to make a difference. LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies are noting that they are keeping a watch on people who are doing things like this. And they are probably going to take note of people who are causing an extreme amount of damage.
Oh, Bill Escalation, the U.S. Attorney last night, he was quite clear and quite pointed by saying, you think you got away with something? Guess what? You did not. In this time period where everyone's posting, where everyone's got a camera in their hand and they're putting it out into the atmosphere, we will find it and we will identify you and we will arrest you. So he had no qualms about saying that you will be on the list. In fact, there was a man from yesterday's protest. They put out a $50,000 reward. They put out a wanted poster with his images from different angles. And apparently, we understand that person was indeed arrested. All right, we want to show you some more video that has come into the Fox 11 newsroom. This was about an hour or two ago, and it turns out that those pink chairs came from the Grand Park, I believe, or a park nearby. And then you notice that the sawhorses, or what would you call them? They're lightweight plastic type barricades or something. Pardon?
Yeah, the white things that they're
the white things, yeah. We don't have the precise language to describe them. I mean, I think of them as like plastic sawhorses, you know, when you put two together and you separate them and you put a plank on there in order to
I'm not
use
sure
it
what
as a barricade.
The official name of them is, but basically what we saw is people take those two pieces of equipment, furniture, and use them as barriers to advance toward law enforcement. So you see them stationary right there. So it looks like they're taking shelter right there, as if using them as protection. But then you would watch and they would use them to advance and move forward towards an LAPD skirmish line. So keep a watch on this. We saw them advance a couple of times as almost in a coordinated effort of people willing to take this risk to move up on right there, that skirmish line. Obviously, LAPD doing what it can to push them back. You even have officers there, mounted units there as well. But we watched it, and it was the most interesting thing to witness as they use it. There they go. There they go. They're advancing right there. Now, this was a little bit earlier, so not sure what happened to this crowd and these people, how far they were able to move forward. And you have to wonder about this level of protest, this level here, that you're willing to push forward with whatever you can grab to advance on law enforcement there.
I'm not 100% sure I understand what the point is, but it does give them, it does give them shelter. It does allow for them to be protected, if you will, from anything that perhaps police want to do. And P.S., this is the first time in the last few days that we've seen mounted police, if I'm not mistaken. All right, we also want to show you what it looked like earlier today on the 101 freeway. You see that skirmish line there. That's because a number of protesters had convened on the 101 freeway, so disrupted the traffic there. And then the police, the CHP, were using smoke canisters to push the crowd back. But as you see, there was like almost like an odd game of soccer where the smoke canister would be kicked back and forth between the law enforcement officers and the protesters. And one of them that went in for a kick and missed it, frankly, he gets taken down by the officers and was arrested and pulled over to the side. That's all smoke. The indication is that that was smoke, not tear gas, but regardless, it is not a comfortable situation to be in. That's why they use this kind of non-lethal strategy. But yeah, that gives you a sense for how many protesters wound up on the 101 and stopped traffic as police, the CHP particularly, was trying to get the crowd under control. Ultimately, they were able to push them up an on-ramp to get them out of this area. And that's how they wound up on that overpass there, and perhaps wound up with rocks in their hands.
Well, we look at the different tactics that police use and the efforts at non-lethal tactics, and this was largely effective. You can see police continue to use their skirmish line to advance, to push the crowd back, and eventually did get them off the freeway. But much of the afternoon, this freeway was closed by tons of people there on the freeway, making their protests known, their stand against the police known. But I'm thinking, Susan, of all the attempts by law enforcement to use non-lethal efforts to get people to comply. Right. And this one seemed to work because it did back that crowd off the freeway.
Yeah, they backed up. They were able to get the cars that were stuck on the freeway, they actually turned them around so they could get off the freeway and up and on ramp. And that's what happened to this crowd as well. Ultimately, they kept pushing and pushing to the point where ultimately they had to go back up to street level. Do we have any more video that sort of suggests what it was like even earlier still? So right there, you get a sense for the fact that they stopped traffic. Now imagine what it would be like if you were in one of those cars and you were just going about your business on a Sunday afternoon, and now you're stuck in that mess. And you may or may not have any opinion about what's going on with ICE or the president or the state of the city of Los Angeles. But right there, you're stuck. And I'm sure there were a lot of unhappy people. You never know where they're trying to get to and, you know, what they need to do in the course of their day.
You know, it was announced on social media that there was a rally at 2 p.m. downtown. I'm not quite sure what happened with that, because what I saw was not a rally, but more something like this scene here. You see law enforcement right there entering the freeway, and you see the crowd milling about. Imagine you're that white car right in the front there, thinking you're going to be there a while, because how long is it going to take for law enforcement to get in place in any way, shape, or form to get that crowd off the freeway and get those cars moving? If they have to turn around all of those cars, imagine the process of how long it took for that. But with that protest happening in downtown LA and it being a weekend, not too surprising with what we've seen in the past, people spilling onto the freeway to make quite a statement.
We have seen that a lot more recently, in more recent days and years, right? That protests would then spill out over the 101. So if you're looking at your TV screen and the left corner, that's what's going on right now, and you see those three vehicles, the three CHP vehicles, they seem to be disabled. That's why they're still there. And then conversely, what you're looking at in the larger picture there, it's the same general area, but filled with protesters. And all of those cars, those are civilian cars that got stuck behind the protest. And you see people lined up on the overpass, alongside the 101 freeway, in the median between the north and the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. and then as Skyfox pulls out, you have a better view of what occurred or what area it is near the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center. All right, so back live, that is a larger picture where you can see those two, there's actually 3 CHP patrol cars, and still we're seeing things rain upon the vehicles. There's no officers, they're not going to hit the officers, and some kind of a fire, but we also saw agents with extinguishers. So
are we seeing greater fire now?
It seems that I thought I saw flames.
Yeah, I don't know if that is the vehicle itself.
Oh, there you go.
So the vehicle
that's
caught
clearly
fire.
a fire. So whether is it the vehicle that caught fire?
I should think, yeah. So they were throwing down something that was lit, and obviously it took hold there of that CHP vehicle, and you have those officers there trying to put that out. Keep in mind, the public is driving right next to this vehicle fire. You know, and for the protesters or the people trying to cause the chaos, that's a statement for them. Look what we did. CHP is still right there on the scene trying to control that situation. But currently, a sign of the times. Remember, this is day 3 of protests here in Southern California. And you can see there are people who are willing to take drastic measures here that are, remember, these are our taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
Taxpayer dollars have paid for those vehicles. And these are CHP officers who are now out of commission. Those vehicles now out of commission should there be a needed call.
It makes me sad. I'm sorry, it makes me sad. This is not a great testament to the humanity of these protesters. Yes, you're allowed to protest all you want, but destruction and aiming at the officers with the rocks, it makes no sense to me, and it makes me really, really sad. They were able, in part, I believe, to get that vehicle or something close to the vehicle on fire, and you just saw it there. They're lobbing fireworks, and the mere fact that they can get the fireworks in that general vicinity is adding to the fact that whatever is incendiary, whatever that can be burned, will burn, but then also the firework keeps the agents away, keeps the police officers away from extinguishing the fire. So that's the tactic. That's a new tactic. Christine, I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like that.
Well, these are very uncertain times here. You can see now more of a police presence there on the surface streets there. It's kind of a interesting picture to see people who've come to be looky-loos or to take part in this kind of destruction. And also, law enforcement can do only so much right now. It is non-violent in that there's no there's a lot of people standing there not doing anything, but then you have those people who are creating so much destruction, and that is the part where we see that the nation's watching this. I've had people call me and say, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
You know, this is something that...
Oh, look at that. Whatever that was that came over the side.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of ridiculous. Yeah, the nation is watching for sure, and I think the governor, both the governor and the mayor and other local authorities and politicians have said the same thing, which is, yes, you have a right to protest. Don't be destructive. Don't be damaging things or buildings, and be aware that this plays into the president's narrative that the city of Los Angeles and the state of California is out of control. They're out of control. That's why he called in the California National Guard. That's why he's threatening to bring in Marines. So that's also why politicians are saying, please calm down, protest, yes, destroy, damage, don't.
Well, think about it. You've got a city of millions of people who cannot use a major artery now. They cannot use their freeway to get to family or friends or work or medical emergency. So in that sense, there is chaos in downtown Los Angeles where Angelenos can't get to and from because of protests. You have police vehicles that have been damaged or set on fire here that are not responding to a call of an emergency. So there is definite unrest throughout Southern California in the downtown area today.
And remember, so LAPD is on tactical alert, so that's why we see a strong police presence. But say you live in, Sylmar or Arleta, and you need help from the police, you're going to have to wait, because right now all the attention and energy and manpower or personnel power, it's all focused on what's going on in downtown LA. So it's interesting to see what that vehicle now looks like. Again, all three vehicles looked pretty much the same, but now it seems whatever they were able to either pour over, or perhaps it's the fire extinguisher, so it's all cloudy now, that vehicle. Another firework. And again, that's going to keep people, the agents, the police officers under that overpass to protect themselves. And there's no real reason for being out in the open unless you were trying to get an officer into the car.
Well, certainly uncertain times here tonight in the downtown area, and no word as to how long things will go. I know you were on around until midnight or beyond last night. We have our colleague Alex Michelson, who's been out in the field getting some sound for us from our lawmakers. And Alex, let's talk to you about what you're hearing from the people you've talked to.
Yeah, Christina and Susan, I'm joining you right now via Zoom from LA County's Emergency Operations Center, where we just did exclusive one-on-one interviews with both Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. And it was interesting to hear from both of them. Were very clear in trying to put out the message that violence is not the answer, and that a lot of the people that are responsible for this violence, responsible for the images that you're seeing on your screen right now, should be arrested and prosecuted, and that they're not helping. But the other piece of news that was interesting from Governor Newsom is that he is going to be announcing a lawsuit tomorrow suing President Trump for this move to bring in the National Guard without the governor's permission. That is not something that happens often in American history. Last happened when John F. Kennedy brought in the National Guard against George Wallace and try to integrate. I actually think it was Dwight D. Eisenhower who did that. Try to integrate public school system. And so Newsom is pushing back. Very, very aggressive language against President Trump, calling him a stone-cold liar, saying that President Trump wants these images. I asked him, how do you negotiate with each other if that's what's happening and that's what you're saying about him? He said, there is no negotiating with him. I've tried everything. I asked him about the fact that he's asking for $40 billion from President Trump for California's wildfires. And he said, I'm doing everything I can. But there is real anger. And Newsom also saying that what Trump said publicly, which is that on a phone call the other night, that if Newsom didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in the troops. Newsom says that was a, quote, stone cold lie, that that's not what happened on the phone call between the two of them, that Donald Trump is making that up, and that they said he's making up other things, including the fact that the National Guard got things under control last night, hours before the National Guard even arrived. Mayor Bass with a message also that violence is not the answer, suggesting that a lot of the people, the anarchists that are fueling some of this, are actually playing into Donald Trump's hands and keeping this going. And that the best way for all of this to stop is for people to stop with some of this violence. They say there's a right for peaceful protest, but not a right for people in the middle of the streets doing some of what you're looking at right now.
Alex, as we keep you here for a moment, we're going to refer down to the live shot we're seeing here. An LAPD skirmish line is moving in here and moving that crowd off the top of the freeway, where they've been raining those and throwing those rocks down onto the police vehicle, setting it on fire as well. So now you are seeing a show of force here as police now are on this level here, moving this crowd away. Maybe they can get them away enough that those vehicles can be cleared and the freeway can be reopened at some point to motorists in both directions. It's going to take some time, but you got to get those people out of there because they're going to continue to do the damage they're doing. And it really is a threat to the other motorists the innocent people that are driving on the other side of the freeway.
Why the freeway is active.
Right. Who knows if a rock doesn't go in that direction and an innocent person is hit or hurt or killed. So right now we are watching police there move in. Alex, I don't know, is Alex still with us? Can we bring Alex back?
Yeah, I'm still here, and I'm able to see the live pictures. I didn't know that those were live pictures that we're looking at right now. I mean, they're very dramatic. That what we're seeing right now on the freeway, and we see now the horses moving in, and that's part of what I asked both Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom. How do you get control of this? Because it's clear that things are not under control, and that what's happening right now is not working. And they, said that the National Guard is inflaming this. I said to Mayor Bass, we're looking at right here, not the National Guard. I mean, this is LAPD. The National Guard is nowhere near this situation, and clearly this situation is out of control. They say the president is inflaming the situation, but this is not good, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. And as the sun starts to go down, Christine and Susan, oftentimes things get worse in LA before they get better. And so it is a concerning night right now as fireworks continue to go off.
And you're right. It's over past 8 o'clock here. So maybe now, as the sun has gone down, the crowd has thinned out, you have enough LAPD resources in position here that they can push the remaining people off that overpass there and get control of that situation there, get control of that section of the street there, so they can regain control of the freeway. You can see there now a lot of LAPD officers, but in that wider shot we saw the mounted units. It is quite a show of support there, and we can only imagine that LAPD was, off camera, getting their resources in place, getting all those officers and those horses in place to now take control. We're seeing now a CHP vehicle safe enough for that officer to go there, get the vehicle and move it out of harm's way. We were wondering if those 3 vehicles were disabled, so to speak, that they could not move. Obviously, one of them clearly is going nowhere. The other has so much debris and scooters in front of it, it's going nowhere anytime soon without all that debris being moved.
Alex, when you were talking about the governor, I didn't want to interrupt you, because when we watched that skirmish line, police skirmish line, they were lobbing like flashbangs in order to push people back. So yeah, it was quite the dynamic, dramatic shot there. But again, the CHP.
My apologies. I thought that was file footage from earlier. I didn't realize that was happening.
You had some good information from the governor for sure.
Yeah.
And did he have any advice on how to get this under control?
Well, of course, he says President Trump pulled back and wanted to sort of divert situation there. But part of what his message is to a lot of these agitators that you're giving President Trump what he wants. His message is that President Trump wants chaos, that's politically good for him, and that these scenes are politically beneficial, in his words. So his message to all the folks out there is stop it. And his other message is that these guys have to be arrested. He basically calling these guys thugs in the streets that are agitating and that are causing all these problems, and that there should be no tolerance for these folks, and that we shouldn't allow this to happen, and send a message to everybody that they need to be put under arrest and be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I said to Mayor Bass, why isn't that happening more? And she suggested, well, just because it doesn't happen today doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But I think there's a lot of people watching right now that would like to see some of the people who are perpetuating violence, like what we're looking at there, to potentially, face consequences as a sign to other folks that that's not okay.
Well, U.S. Attorney Bill Escalation told us last night that absolutely that they will be looking for the bad actors and that they will indeed be arrested and prosecuted.
Looks like only one of the CHP vehicles was rendered immovable, that the others are able to get out of the way and off that freeway. Susan, Alex, we've all covered a lot of the unrest situations in Southern California over the decades we've been on the news here combined. And you always have the agitators, the people who go extra when it comes to the damage and destruction. And I'm sure some are trying to make an overall statement against ICE. And I'm sure there are others who are just trying to cause havoc and create damage. And interesting here, they're going to push this vehicle out of the way, push it off the freeway. sticking out.
They'll do that. They'll do that on the regular when you have a disabled car on the freeway. That's what they'll do in order to get the car out of the way. All right.
Yeah, Christine, to your point, I'll just real quickly. It's the same people that we see. I mean, having spent so many years, a lot of the same anarchists show up, whether it's George Floyd or whether it's immigration or whether it's Occupy
Lakers
Los
celebration.
Angeles. Or Lakers celebration or Dodgers celebration. It's the same people that in the middle of the night, sometimes when things seem to be winding down, start deliberately provoking or shooting off fireworks or vandalizing and taking it. They want chaos. They like the chaos. They think that's the point. And they have nothing to do with let's have a nuanced conversation about ICE policy and how do we do deportations in a humane way. They want to, F things up, essentially. Excuse me. And that, it is an element of this as well as legitimate anger from protesters and peaceful protesters who are often their message is lost because of all of that happening.
That's 100% correct when you consider there was a peaceful protest in Pasadena, but all eyes were on what was going on, the destruction in downtown LA. But Alex, we need to say goodbye to you right now. We're getting ready for a news conference by police. There's Chief Jim McDonnell.
The public will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops and take control of those National Guard troops in some limited areas because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision Chief. We have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups? Yeah,
to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out, and in these past couple of nights we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that, you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in L.A. County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happen, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard.
Do we need them?
Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
Zoe Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. what was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent. To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed, and if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate, and also the potential for federal charges given the type of environment we're in, and you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
All right, let's go 2 more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you.
Lindsay Henry, KCLA. Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response times in other parts of the city and the safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move is?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe, and then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I have real quickly. How long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to be?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
Sure. We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So just two questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And two, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at the time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals, cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Matt Armstead from the LA Times. Can you tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday in Missouri?
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
All right, so we were just listening to the chief of police of Los Angeles talk about his assessment of what's going on right now, the strategy, the fact that it's really remarkable, but he's not working with ICE, not working with the California National Guard. Pointed out that the National Guard has been federalized and therefore working for the U.S. Army, not for the state of California. There's a lot of things out there that he's considering, including setting curfew. He's still talking to LASD about that. And speaking of which, they've called in LASD to help with the situation. As you see, it's still very dynamic.
Let's talk with retired LAPD Captain Paul Vernon. Thank you for joining us by phone here. We just heard from Chief McDonald. What do you make of what you just heard in that news conference?
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank
you. First of all, longtime friends with Chief McDonald. He is the best pick for the city, and listening to him, his comments were right along what I would expect him to make. I have one little correction on that I think things are not getting messaged well or correctly explained. This is a completely different situation as I see it, of the National Guard being federalized and sent to Los Angeles, completely different than what we saw in 1992 or 1965 or any of these other times to deal with the fire, in each of the fires that we had, in each of those cases, the National Guard comes here to support local law enforcement. Local law enforcement gives them their missions, and mostly it's for them to go to fixed posts so that police can continue to patrol and make arrests and maintain law enforcement.
But Captain, you're pointing out the fact that this is extraordinary. It is extraordinary. In Chief McDonald's own words, this became a top-down situation, not a situation where local police called and said, hey, we need help.
Okay, I understand. This is where I'm getting to my point. So I've made that point. In all those cases, locals and state ask for the help from the National Guard, and they come. In some cases, the president federalizes them. In this case, the president federalized the California National Guard. Why? To come here and provide a security force for federal law enforcement officers, not to come and patrol the streets, not martial law, not to report to the LAPD, to report to ICE, so that they can do, for example, what you saw them do out there. Stand in front of the gate, or what you will see them do, stand around the perimeter of the federal building in downtown Los Angeles. When ICE goes to a raid somewhere, they can go with them and provide the security for them.
That's not what we saw today. That's not what we saw today. We did see the California National Guard in Paramount today. We did see them elsewhere other than just in front of the federal building.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you did. You saw them where ICE went. You did not see them out reporting to a local law enforcement. If you remember back in Portland, when Portland in 2020 was being set on fire and they were attacking the federal courthouse there, the local federal agents tried to secure that courthouse. What really could have happened and should have happened would have been since the police didn't want to help the feds here, which is the case here in Los Angeles, the police, through the state government and the local government, do not want to support the feds in immigration enforcement. Fine. That is fine. In the past, anytime local FBI, DEA, ICE were to go and serve search warrants, they would also always call local law enforcement to be a uniform presence there. And people would know that this is a law enforcement operation, and they would go and conduct their operation and they would leave. Local law enforcement won't do that for ICE. So what you saw in Paramount yesterday were FBI agents, DEA agents, HSI agents. They were all called out of their offices to stop what they were doing to provide the security for ICE so it could do its job. Well, they can't do that every day. We won't have FBI agents working in their offices. We won't have DEA agents taking down cartel drug dealers in Los Angeles. They'll all be doing security, which is not their job, out at ICE raids. So the National Guard can come in here, per the president, as a federalized unit, and take missions with ICE to go to those locations and give them. I'm sorry,
sir. With all due respect, that is not the sentiment that was put out by the President of the United States. He put out the information that suggested he was calling in the National Guard to get the city back in order, and then took credit for bringing peace back to the city of Los Angeles before any agents were actually deployed, any National Guard actually deployed.
And this is the problem with the messaging. That's not what their mission will be, because they aren't going to come in.
But that's what he said. But no, isn't that what the president said? The president put out the messaging that suggested that the National Guard would come out to do what local PD could not, to do what Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass would not.
Yeah, okay, to do what they could not and would not, which is support the ICE doing their job.
No, that was not the suggestion. That was not what he was suggesting at all. And others from the Trump administration. Bill Escalation was saying the same thing. Or I take that back. I'm not quite sure if Bill addressed that specifically.
So exactly then, what you're claiming then is that the that 200 National Guard, or if it goes up to 2,000, are going to be out walking the streets in Los Angeles?
That's
not
saying that.
happen.
I'm not saying that at all. He says he's calling up 2,000 National Guard and then federalize them.
Okay.
Correct? We agree with that.
That's correct.
That was his initial statement. But he also went on to suggest that part of the reason was because Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass were not doing enough to keep the city in a state of status quo or peace and not erupt into something. And they basically, both of them suggested that doing that was more inflammatory than it was in any way helpful.
Frankly, the inflammatory part comes from the local politicos here, who come out and basically apologize for some of the behavior of these people, justifying it because Trump has done something they don't like.
Well, I don't know that they're justified. They're calling for the arrest of anyone that was destructive or damaging or hurtful in any way. Hurtful meaning injuring a police officer. So I don't think that's the case. What they are saying, though, is the mayor said to us last night that when you go into a company and just round people up without giving them an opportunity to prove that they have citizenship or they have documentation that allows them to stay there, she was in total disbelief that it could be that all those people, dozens of people, fell into that category of the original sentiment that came out of the Trump administration, which was we are going to find violent criminals and keep them out of the country.
Those are very emotional and sad accusations that are made, but none of them have been proven.
Whom?
You had a report by a state senator in Pasadena today that the ICE who were staying in a hotel as guests rounded up employees and asked them for their ID.
She didn't suggest rounded up. She did not suggest rounded up. No, she didn't say that.
That state senator reported that based on secondhand information. And then your reporter repeated it and asked another person what their opinion was of it. And she never once went into the hotel and said, hey, did any of your employees get stopped by the ICE agents who were guests here? She could have done that, and I'll bet you the answer is no.
Well, she's not here to defend herself. We don't know for sure what Gina Silva, who is an excellent journalist,
I know Gina
done
Silva. She is an excellent
in the
one.
course of her job of putting together a story for our newscast earlier today. Captain Paul Vernon, thank you so much for your opinion and your sentiments in this regard. We really appreciate the fact that you took the time to talk with us.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
All right, you're looking live now here. It is after 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday night in Los Angeles, California. You are looking at downtown LA, a crowd there on the move. These are continuing crowds from the protests that have been happening all day, 3 days straight here. Just a small group here. We do note law enforcement from the LAPD to the Sheriff's Department has been down there on the ground. Not sure exactly why they're continuing to walk. I can only guess that law enforcement continues to move them along, push them along. Again, we saw all day where they basically took over the 101 freeway in one direction and damaged at least one CHP car. Several were there stuck on the freeway until the crowd could be dispersed. LAPD moved in quite strongly this evening, and now you have some stragglers, so to speak, still there in the streets of downtown LA and clearly there on the move.
All right, Matthew Seedorf is on the ground for us in the downtown Los Angeles area. Matthew, you experienced some tear gas. What are you seeing and experiencing now?
Yeah, right now we're outside of City Hall. There's been this ongoing standoff taking place with protesters and law enforcement. This is actually the LA County Sheriff's Department here. We're seeing someone try to get into this barricade right now. You can see him being met with sheriff's deputies. He's trying to explain kind of, I'm trying to go this way, but right now they're not letting anyone through here. Looks like he's getting hit with maybe some pepper pellets as he's turning around and walking away. If you want to pan down the street, they've actually pushed, there were probably a couple hundred protesters here just a little while ago. They've pushed them beyond City Hall. Something is on fire in the middle of the roadway, and the protesters kind of got pushed that direction just a little while ago. We saw that police firing those non-lethals, and protesters just retreating that way within the last 20 minutes or so. Elliot, I don't know if we can try to set the scene here, but we believe that it's possible these protesters were trying to take over this part right outside of City Hall. They even have some words up on top of City Hall that they're throwing up there right now. But pan this direction, you can see they had they were trying to make their own barricade with these benches in the middle of the street, blocking from coming in to where City Hall is. City Hall, and then sounds like we're hearing these non-lethals. This is what was happening. So this is kind of what they were firing. Law enforcement was firing at those protesters to get them out of here. You can see what these non-lethals look like. We've seen some people take some hits while we were over on the freeway over that direction. And right now it looks like is something, you can see the fire. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, you can see lots of protesters in the street. And it looks like they're,
and Matthew.
Yeah, scooters, and you can see the fire.
Matthew, farther down that street, there seems to be a greater collection of people. So past the fire, there seems to be a greater collection of people. And, you know, I'm just wondering if they are just hanging around, if they're waiting for police to approach them, or if they're just standing by.
Yeah, we believe that is the group that was outside of City Hall. So they've been pushed now about, 2 or 3 blocks from where we are. They actually had several cars. It looks like their own personal vehicles kind of where that fire was, and some barricade fencing that was there. And then they've retreated now a couple blocks further into the city. There's separate groups right now kind of protesting that we're seeing. There's that one group by the freeway. There's this other one that's kind of going right through downtown, moving from City Hall.
And Matthew, we should point out that you are standing behind a number of sheriff's deputies. So the LASD has come in now into the city of Los Angeles to help with the policing with LAPD. They also, I believe, brought those or did the wire barricades there, that at least the beginnings of it, although right now there's only one. Perhaps the protesters have moved them. At one point, while Chief McDonald was talking in his news conference, we saw a number of the protesters setting up those, A-frame traffic barricades and other things that almost look like a page out of what we were seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests at the campuses. But then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now, and I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade, and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street right outside City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least tried to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were. Law enforcement came in firing those non-lethals, the pepper spray, the flashbangs, and it looks like those protesters have since pushed back at least a few blocks, but left some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene here, we are noticing all the cars, the public that is driving by this scene. Reminder of the chaos still happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. It is a Sunday night coming up on 9 o'clock, so perhaps many people are home for the night, not necessarily going out, say as it would be on a Saturday night, but still an area perhaps to avoid. Obviously, downtown is a changed picture from decades ago. Many more people live downtown. It is a place that has quite built up with high rises and restaurants and
yeah, there's actual nightlife in downtown LA now.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for, is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large assortment of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today, and then there's some noticeable agitators. I mean, especially when we were standing over the freeway, you saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top of the CHP vehicles. We saw electric scooters being thrown. We saw a cone with some sort of fuel being thrown into the CHP vehicle that momentarily set it on fire. And right now, it looks like, I mean, you can see there's hundreds of protesters where you're looking at right now beyond First Street. And it seems like the sheriff's department here is just trying to hold the line at City Hall. And it's hard to know what's on the other end of the protesters, if there's more law enforcement or if it's just a long, if it goes for a few more blocks.
And we don't tend to think of downtown LA as being a territory patrolled by the sheriff's department. That is LAPD territory. So I'm guessing the sheriff's department is there in support of LAPD.
Which is unusual.
Yeah,
and
they're definitely here in support. You can see LAPD driving by right now, responding to something else, and you can see the protesters giving them a bad time as they're driving by with that fire there as well.
And we heard from Chief Jim McDonald, who just had a news conference talking about how they deploy, that they were not aware that the federal government was going to be doing ICE raids in Southern California on Friday. And so that caught them off guard. He talked about how it takes them some time to deploy when you have a crowd scene like this, like we saw Friday, like we saw Saturday. And what they do, he said, is they roll 4 people deep in a police car. That is A, for their own protection, B, to get more people quickly into an area. Normally we see 2 people per car. But in a situation like this, they staff it with 4 per car. It takes time to mobilize and get in place, as it probably did, Matthew, for the sheriff's department to get there to downtown LA and mobilize with the skirmish line.
And I should point out that the police chief did want to dispel a rumor or some kind of narrative that is out in social media that it took LAPD more than 2 hours to respond to the call for help by federal agents in that federal building. And Chief McDonald said, nope, that's not true. 38 minutes. It would have been faster if not for the fact that the officers knew that they were going to have to go in with gas masks. They couldn't just respond. They would have to be prepared for whatever they were going to face. Now, we have Skyfox in the left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what attracted the pilot there to hone in on that, but we've got Matthew Seedorf on the ground looking towards First Street, and it looks like there are quite a few people and lots of vehicles that are passing through that intersection, and you're nearby City Hall, so there is an attempt, of course, to keep people away from that general vicinity. But what's going on from Skyfox, it's harder to tell. But it certainly suggests that there are a lot of people spread out throughout the downtown Los Angeles area.
And you can see from this aerial shot here quite an LAPD presence there. Last night, Susan, you were on the air to what, midnight? 12:30?
About midnight.
About midnight last night. So obviously the police department has a track record from last night as to what we saw in the downtown area. Remember, tomorrow's Monday. We saw the freeway shut down, the 101 freeway. You can't have that on a Monday in Los Angeles, California, where people are going to work.
Well, the mayor actually, when in her news conference earlier today, she pointed out that perhaps it was advisable, if you're able to work from home, to avoid the downtown Los Angeles area. Not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which the city needs to sort of refresh or clean up or what have you. I do also want to point out that last night, the temperature, the view was nothing like this. We would see things sort of ebb and flow, but it was never quite this number of people, this number of protesters or bad actors, whatever you want to call them. We saw federal agents lob flashbangs and tear canisters, but other than a couple people that perhaps were lobbing a lot of verbal threats or verbal comments, we didn't see very much. There were reports that some of the protesters were indeed throwing rocks. I do want to point out, and Matthew, I don't know if you witnessed any of this, but today LAPD arrested at least 10 people. They say it's a dynamic situation. And clearly the number of people arrested is going to go up. And CHP, because you were right there, right near the 101 freeway when it was overtaken by protesters, they say at least 29 people were arrested. That's what CHP did. And pointing out that while last night most of the arrests were failure to disperse, so that's a low-level offense, correct? But today, this is what speaks to how things have ramped up and how the temperature has gone way up. Now the offenses are getting to be much more serious, including injuring an officer, including ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line. So you were there yesterday in Paramount, Matthew. Compare and contrast what you witnessed in Paramount versus what you're witnessing now.
Yeah, it's really hard to compare. This one, it seems like it's scattered out over several locations. You've had members of law enforcement that were forced to abandon their vehicles on the freeway. We got a firework that just was launched right there. Yesterday, it was Border Patrol right across the street from that Home Depot for reportedly a staging ground. It was mostly Border Patrol at that main scene in Paramount. There was no LASD there or local police department helping them out for a few hours, honestly. And then LASD helped with kind of closing down the freeways in the area, preventing more people from getting in. But it was kind of really focused on that one spot, where it today feels like it's scattered over several blocks of downtown.
Yeah, it seems more widespread. Scott Fox now over a gas station in the downtown area. Again, sometimes we're not 100% sure why the pilot, whomever is handling the camera inside of Skyfox, will focus in on a certain area there. But it does speak to how much traffic, which for a Sunday night at almost 9 o'clock, it's sort of unusual to have that kind of traffic downtown. And stuck in traffic. It looks like there's a little bit of a traffic jam. Now, the other thing, Matthew, I'm wondering, since you were in Paramount, that community, by the way, is heavily Latino. A lot of people there are concerned about family members, and that is what brought them out. That's what, stoked perhaps their passion against federal agents and Border Patrol, what they were doing in that staging before they went out to do the actual raid. Flags seem to be a part of the protests these days. And I've noticed that there are so many more flags in downtown LA, different kinds, than what we saw in Paramount yesterday. Am I wrong? Was it mostly Mexican flags yesterday that you saw, Matthew?
Yeah, it was Mexican flags. And, honestly, I think today was a little more planned out. I know this morning I was seeing flyers about protests in downtown LA starting this afternoon. And I think yesterday in Paramount just kind of happened. I think someone saw what was happening with Border Patrol vehicles and, posted something on social media and got people to come out to that location way less planned. And then beyond that, it spread. People started hearing about it, and more people kept on showing up, especially agitators as it got later. Today feels like this was more of a plan. People had planned to come out here and protest what they've seen the last few days. With that, some agitators came out here as well.
Yeah, indeed. The chief of police, LAPD's Jim McDonald pointed out that people would come with their backpacks, and inside the backpack would be a cinder block, and then they would take a hammer and break the cinder block apart. And that is why there was just a lot of supply, easy supply of rocks, or I guess pieces of cinder block, where those people, the bad actors, the instigators, whatever you want to call them, agitators, could from that area over the freeway just lob those hard rocks, pieces of concrete over onto the CHP and those vehicles. So, and then he also pointed something else out, which is very disturbing, that his police officers are getting hit by some kind of liquid, and he's not sure what that is. His officers are going to be worried about what is it that I got sprayed with. And so he pointed out that was no good. And he has said what a lot of people have said, including Bill DeSaley, the U.S. attorney, that thanks to social media, thanks to the fact that everybody has a phone in their hand, that there's a lot of photo and video documentation, and that people will be prosecuted. They will find them and they will prosecute them. But yeah, part of what is happening now are a lot of these agitators are doing things that are just beyond. This is not a sign of protest when you're spraying police officers, when you're breaking up cinder blocks, etc., in order to be so destructive. And Matthew, you and I have been downtown many, many times. It is remarkable how much graffiti there is. The difference between Friday to today is really remarkable. Every wall that can be marked up, now marked up.
Yeah, there's a lot of graffiti, a lot of vandalism. I heard you talking about the cinder blocks. We saw people taking hammers and breaking pieces of, looked like concrete or pieces of the sidewalk, and that was what they were using to throw onto the freeway on top of those CHP vehicles. And just looking around right now, you can see benches that have been thrown everywhere. You've got the graffiti, and then not to mention, we've been talking about those rocks that were being thrown at members of law enforcement today. It's definitely a very intense situation. As these protesters have moved now beyond City Hall, from where we are right now.
Well, it looks like those sheriff's deputies, they do have the riot shields with them, but clearly they are in a relaxed position. They don't feel the need to use those riot shields. But again, if you're just joining us now, we have LASD deputies on site in downtown LA in the jurisdiction of what would be LAPD. So clearly there's a coordinated effort now between LAPD and LASD.
Joining you back now, Matthew Seedorf. Hi, it's Christine Devine here. We are watching, looks like some kind of medical vehicle coming through the streets on the top of our screen. Not sure where that's headed or if it's tied at all to these protests here. Some kind of ambulance, it looks like, hoping everybody is okay. Also looking at a picture here with a lot of people on motorbikes. We know that's a big Southern California pastime to have bike clubs. Motorcycles of all sorts, hoping they're not planning anything, that is other than just enjoying a ride on a Sunday night here. Obviously, we know a lot's going on downtown, a lot's happening, a lot of unrest, a lot of people that are looking loose, and others doing things like this, setting something on fire there. So it is a night of confusion still in Southern California. And if anybody's watching from another part of the country or the world, this right now tonight is limited to the downtown area. I know I had somebody call me from out of state asking if I'm okay. People have texted me, am I okay? Right now, the only unrest we're seeing has been in the downtown area on this Sunday night.
We want to show you some video from earlier today. We've talked a lot about the fact that the 101 freeway was shut down and the fact that Jim McDonald pointed out people were coming to the downtown LA area with cinder blocks in their backpack, then breaking them up. And that is in part what allowed for these bad actors, the agitators, to throw them over that overhang and then try to set the police car on fire and what have you. We are also getting this information into our newsroom now that Fox 11 is hearing from officers who are processing arrestees that a staffer with Lucia Aguilar Cole, City Council District 14, was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Now that could be that she lobbed a rock over onto the 101 freeway. It could be almost anything. We don't know specifically what caused her to have that kind of reason for arrest, assault with a deadly weapon, but a very serious accusation indeed.
We are getting this information also. The Little Tokyo Arts District station is closed tonight, according to Metro. Trains are bypassing that station in both directions. The A line is not running between 7th and Metro and Chinatown. Bus shuttles will replace those trains. Now, I'm guessing people who are watching this, not everybody rides the bus or the metro in that area. But if you know anybody who does, going to or from work perhaps on a Sunday night, trying to get home on a Sunday night, that area is closed due to these demonstrations. And I almost changed the word from protesters to demonstrators to even agitators at some point, as with some people as we look on tonight. But it's enough disruption to not only have closed the freeway today, but now metro and the bus lines, or the bus shuttles, will replace the trains in that area. Again, it's a Sunday night. Tomorrow's a whole different story, it being a work day here in Southern California. I'm sure law enforcement wants to get everything under control tonight.
All right, I just want to rescind something that I said, suggesting that Lucia Aguilar Cole is with the Council District 14 as in city council person, but that is not the case. Council District 14, of course, is Isabel Jurado's district, formerly Kevin De Leon's district. So we're trying to figure out who exactly is Lucia Aguilar Cole, but some very serious charges against her, arrested apparently for assault with a deadly weapon.
They talked about the arrest yesterday. If you're wondering, is there any kind of follow-up by LAPD, by the city attorney, the district attorney? Yesterday, LAPD said 29 people were arrested for failure to disperse, one for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police. And they also said that they are, with cameras being everywhere, if you are a true agitator and you think you're getting away with this, they're saying that there are cameras and that they will prosecute and they will take people into account and hold them accountable for their actions. Right now you see a heavy presence by LAPD. This is again in the downtown area. You can see a lot of graffiti with words that we prefer not to show on TV, but unfortunately this is live breaking news. And you can see the remnants of these protests and demonstrations are going to be felt for some time as people look around and see the statements that have been made on somebody's corporate building there, somebody's business there.
Yeah. In the past, I know that the woman who runs the Italian-American Museum of Los Angeles, she was quite saddened, and I hope her building is okay. She's in the basically Olvera Street area, not far from Chinatown, et cetera, but not far from where we are now. And she was quite saddened that that there was graffiti on her building because it's an older material, so very difficult to clean. Not quite sure about like some of the federal buildings and how easy or not it will be to remove the graffiti. Okay, another spot fire there in the street. I believe this is this the turnout that is close to Olvera Street? So across from Union Station is the northern end. Is it the northern end or still close to the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center?
Not quite sure on that one, but it is in the greater downtown area. You can see with that heavy police presence there, and then somebody setting that looked like a big trash bin, trash dumpster set on fire as motorists are driving by. Just that reminder to stay out of the downtown LA area. And as these ICE raids happen in Southern California and the protesters respond, keep an eye out and ear out for areas perhaps just to completely avoid, not to get caught up in the traffic or the demonstrations. Right there, a live picture of City Hall as the nation is watching what's happening here in Southern California. Some in pure shock and awe as they see our city burning right there with a spot fire there in the middle of the street as people are driving by. Is that somebody?
What are you looking at?
Well, I wasn't quite sure what somebody, if they were pushing a cart or a stroller or what. But anyway, you have that street right there in the middle of downtown LA. Obviously, motorists are not able to get through that area. And I'm wondering too, Susan, as we talk about people using their cell phones, how much people are getting a thrill out of posting on their social media, getting that photo for their Instagram or their moment of fame, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a good question, but that does make it easier for either the FBI and Police Chief McDonald, by the way, pointed out that they've got teams that know how to scrape the internet and figure out who you are based upon the social media posts or the video that gets put out there. We just noticed that somebody brought over, we don't know what it was, apparently it is flammable, and put it on that spot fire there, something that was carried over, and it took a couple people to do it because there was some heft to it. And you see, now we see other people that have decided to find things that perhaps are flammable. Let's add it to this fire. And you have to wonder, at this point, it's a focus for whomever these people are. I just hesitate to call them protesters, because how does this protest the raids by ICE agents? How long were LAPD, law enforcement, allow this to go on, allow this to affect traffic, allow this to become sort of a drawing, a focus for some people that want to hang out in downtown Los Angeles and cause chaos?
Well, what happens is they move from block to block to block to block. In case you're just joining us, this is Fox 11 News. We are on early. Normally we are on at 10 o'clock with Susan Hirasuna. I'm Christine Devine, joining in for this live coverage on day 3 of protests here in the greater Los Angeles area here. And this is a scene at night. You have this Sunday night scene here in downtown LA. Not a lot of people holding, you know, anti-ICE signs in this crowd. So you have to wonder, look at somebody there has a tripod set up in the middle of the road with a camera as they're documenting this scene. And you can see just steps away from our beautiful City Hall building that is all lit up right there. As we pan across here and look at Southern California, again, reminder that the 101 freeway had been shut down today by the demonstrators, by the demonstrations, by law enforcement. And that, I'm guessing, Susan, we haven't checked back on the 101 to see if it's been reopened, but here you have another crowd gathered here at this Alameda point.
It's right after 9 o'clock, and you see there some kind of dumpster, some kind of container that they were successful in being able to set ablaze. We should also point out that we watched as 5 Waymo cars. Whoa. Okay, so now we're doing donuts
in reverse
in the intersection.
In reverse, and someone throwing rocks. Okay, what's going on there? That looks very strange. Somebody, I don't know what to make of this. This seems so very dangerous. Obviously, these people throwing the rocks are not happy with that person there. I don't know if they felt this person was endangering them. This is a very bizarre scene there, and why that person would do those donuts like that in reverse. Was that person trying to send a statement? And, oh, wow.
Yeah, what's going on? He seems to be having trouble controlling that car, or he's driving erratically on purpose. I think that whomever threw rocks or whatever it was, yeah, he's having trouble controlling that car. Oh, or has decided to go past the those barricades there. This is basically the Alvera Street area, the plaza.
I'm just wondering,
so not where traffic typically would go.
Susan, was this person trying to hurt or endanger those that were in the streets there?
I feel like the people in that intersection or near that intersection felt as if, yeah, that this was somebody that was
not one of them.
No.
Look at the way this person's driving on the sidewalk. Oh my gosh, this is very scary here. LAPD, FYI, something's going on here with this driver who is that a sidewalk he's driving on?
Well, that's a part of that plaza area of Alvera Street.
Right.
Not far from the Chinese Museum. And it's clearly not set up for traffic. It was at one point, but now you have all of those balustrades or whatever they're called, the barriers that keep you from driving exactly where he's driving now. And if you've ever been there in an afternoon, oftentimes there will be people that are playing music and dancing. He's going at a pretty high rate of speed.
That is way too fast on a city street where there are people and bicycles of all sorts, whether you're with these demonstrations or not. It makes me wonder who this person is and what statement they're trying to make. Are they trying to agitate the people that are out there on the streets at this hour? Look at the way that driver is driving. Is this somebody on drugs? Are they drunk? Who does that? Who drives in reverse like that in the middle of other traffic, endangering innocent people? That's a scary situation in its own right.
Oh, he's out of the car now. He's decided to abandon that vehicle. And what? He's got a hold of a dumpster trying to move it, but unsuccessful. So now he's got to get back in the car. And by the way, I think I saw some shattered glass. I think that the agitators were able to throw a piece of concrete or what have you at him, and he was able broke through the window, because then he was throwing things back out again.
Look at the way that driver is driving. That is a very scary scene. It's almost like this person is a rogue person who is out of his mind. And look at the crowd.
And look, everybody's coming towards him because he's stuck. He's stuck there. Now he's going to do things quite illegally to get out of the way. But it's clear that he was trying to go after the agitators or whomever is left over in the downtown area. And look at that. People are throwing things at him. So apparently the sentiment was, okay, you're not with us, therefore you're against us.
Well, look, I mean, the guy was doing donuts in reverse. You could kill anybody like that. He's been driving, it seems to be, very erratically. It makes you wonder what the mindset is of this person. Is it someone who just lost their mind? They just don't care who they hurt. They're trying to make a statement or what? But this is something that I'm surprised that we don't have a police chopper over this one, as in a pursuit of some sort, because this behavior was very, very erratic.
Erratic. He was able to outrun, or thanks to the fact that he's in a vehicle and the other people are on foot. He had to get out of that traffic, so he's decided to back up, and let's see what he's going to do now. Now we're basically, I believe, in the Union Station area, going through Union Station, going through intersections or stop signs.
Going through a stop sign. Oh, he sideswiped a bicyclist. Oh, is that what happened? Is that, we're talking to our booth right now. So he sideswiped a bicyclist. That's why the crowd got agitated. But his behavior then, I would say, it wasn't necessarily just in response, because he continues to drive erratically. And not sure the mindset of this person here, but if they were an innocent person just trying to get out of the way, they're not leaving and getting out of the way in a normal fashion.
No, not at all. When he left that intersection, it was sort of interesting the way he was wobbling. I thought perhaps the car was in some way disabled, but no, that was just his way of being somewhat threatening. But he sideswiped a bicyclist. That's what got the rest of the crowd, those that were on foot outside of the vehicle, against him. Now we're in that place where Skyfox is overhead, but you got that high rise there, so it's going to be difficult to see the vehicle. I wonder if he had any idea that that he was being tracked by a news helicopter.
Again, who knows what went down, how that happened, where a bicyclist was sideswiped? Was it intentional? Did someone get in the way? And then there was a panic scene. But it was very, very bizarre behavior as that person continued to drive around the downtown LA area.
All right, we may have lost that vehicle. Thanks to that big tall building there. But
well, let us hope this driver either calmed down. Got out of the area, and just was not intentionally trying to hurt anybody, because that is a very scary scenario in itself.
Let me just ask the people in the booth now, did he sideswipe that bicyclist in that intersection where he was doing the backwards donuts? Was that where it happened? Because it was, so he, okay, so it was after that, after he left the intersection where he was doing the donuts, and then he actually went through Olvera Street, or the Plaza rather. Is that him there? That could be him. That is him. Okay, so we're back overhead.
Did we just have law enforcement right there? Did he drive right past law enforcement? We can tell that's him because there's damage to the vehicle.
The damage to the vehicle, and I believe the windows too were shattered when people started throwing rocks. But my point is the bicyclist got hit after he left that intersection. And how would those people know that, you know, once you get into Chinatown and adjacent to Union Station, how would you know that this vehicle was involved in, you know, the donut situation? But then I guess as soon as he hit that bicyclist, that was enough for pedestrians or those in the area to realize, oh, you need to be stopped.
Is that a drone? I'm sorry, I see this white light and I'm trying to figure out what that is. following
Could be a drone
him?
these days.
I mean, is that a drone that's kind of keeping an eye on him? I've never seen that before. So anyway, we have this person still driving erratically here, and that is still very concerning. As we see this person, I'm guessing still in the greater downtown LA area, which makes me wonder about his mindset. Remember, he got out of the vehicle, did not seem to have a shirt on, if I have that correctly, and he was banging on that trash dumpster that people had put out into the middle of the street that are protesting, rioting, whatever.
I think he was trying to move it. Like, I don't know if he thought it could be sort of a barrier or something to affect traffic or affect people. But yeah, we're watching that vehicle, I can't tell if it's a crossover or a van or whatever. He has been affected by some traffic now and again, and then he would just back up and turn around and like break a lot of traffic laws. But this is unusual because usually we're used to the fact that there would be a police helicopter overhead, and we talk a lot about, like, what's the want? Why are they tracking him? Why are they over him? And this is a situation where Skyfox is over this vehicle. We witness some of the erratic behavior and erratic driving, but we don't know if law enforcement is involved at all.
And again, I'm watching that white light. I have no idea what it is. It continues to be following this vehicle. It continues to be in our shot.
Yeah, it's so funny, Christine, because you see it on that monitor. I don't see it on this monitor. So it could just be the monitor.
The monitor. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, perhaps you're right. My bad on that. Okay.
But it is unusual.
It is a distracting monitor I'm looking at here, so forgive me if anybody else is seeing this on their monitor. It's a very strange thing. Okay, so let me avert my eyes to another monitor where we see no light here. Okay, so again, what is the mindset of this person, and is this a rogue lone person who's taking matters into their own hands to try to make a statement against those who are still out on the streets?
Exactly. That is the question, and there are definitely people that thought that he's not with them. He's not with the agitators, that he was trying to do something to distract or interrupt what they were doing. At least that's what it appeared to be. He's driving at a high rate of speed, considering he's on a surface street and made that turn to the left awful quickly. I'm missing the smart navigation so we could tell precisely where he is in the LA area. But he's going at a pretty good clip. No one's near him. Whoa, that was a little too close.
Yeah, something is not right with this driver. The behavior is way too erratic to be normal. Not sure the area that this driver is in now, but obviously we've pulled away a little bit from the downtown area specifically itself. Looks a little bit more residential here, and not sure where this driver is now headed, but we've seen some very strange behavior. And when we queue up that tape at some point in time, you'll see exactly what we're talking about doing. We've seen a lot of car scenes where they do donuts in the middle of the street, but in reverse.
Right.
That was crazy. With people around?
Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if there were people that got involved and wanted to do a street takeover, but to do it in reverse, and then clearly to not be as a part of the demonstration that's going on right now. It seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't really a part of what is going on.
They were quite upset.
He wanted to object, or, you know, I don't think that necessarily means he's with the police chief and the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, but regardless, don't know his state of mind. It didn't seem as if he's like, I'm with you guys, because instead, protesters started to throw rocks and concrete at him. And I believe it broke the window, because then he started lobbing things back out of the car. Is
this the vehicle stopped? Like he drove home? And it's... You know, I don't know if this person got caught up. There he is right there, shirt off. Oh, please don't get back in the car.
Yeah, that's the guy that we watched try to move a dumpster unsuccessfully.
I mean, he's got a sense that there is this helicopter overhead. It's you know, it's not overly warm out tonight to be without a shirt on in LA. It does cool down at night, so that is bizarre in itself. But obviously the guy pulled over, parked the vehicle in a normal fashion, and perhaps he is out of the vehicle and he's done driving. Let that be. This is very bizarre.
It's very bizarre indeed. So now he's gone into the back. What is he doing? He's pulling out, oh, I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something, because now I'm going to put on my jacket. Meantime, he left the driver's side door open. Oh, so he, you know, the reason why likely that he's shaking that out is because I'm pretty sure the window on the driver's side was broken
left
at
the
the
door,
least.
Left the door open. Oh no, getting into another vehicle.
Oh, that's
all right.
interesting.
So I'm sensing this person has no, they're just opening car doors. Is this their vehicle?
So he was shaking out that jacket, I believe, because it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that? So that car is on, and he decided to open the door and throw that jacket in. Meantime, he did leave the door open on the driver's side.
He's talking,
approaching somebody.
Police. Oh, okay,
police are involved. They are indeed aware and involved.
Well, this is a good thing. If they were watching our coverage here on Fox 11, we had it all. So police have stopped this guy from getting behind the wheel of that second vehicle or back behind his own vehicle. Now they can question him to say, who are you and what the heck were you doing?
What were you doing? And now we have an idea of specifically where he is. Vanna Street and East 1st Street. So just outside the downtown Los Angeles area. It's odd. He was not very, he didn't resist arrest. He didn't seem all that surprised either. The police suddenly came upon him. Meantime, the woman that he was talking to, police are saying, no, you need to back up. You need to back up. And she looks like she's objecting to all of this.
I'm not sure. Is she? No, she seems to be talking with that officer. Okay, they're back.
In the meantime, he's like, everybody's got to back up. Everybody's got to back up.
Yeah. Well,
he looks like he's a sheriff's deputy, not LAPD.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior. Obviously some damage to the vehicle. Talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist or sideswipe a bicyclist in some fashion, hoping that person is okay. That was after that bizarre behavior of doing those donuts in reverse in the middle of an intersection there.
All right, should we go back to Matthew Seedorf and see what the situation is near City Hall? You see a lot more sheriff's deputies in that skirmish line there.
It's not on IFB, stand by.
And we have been watching as more LASD deputies have arrived on scene. That's in part to relieve the LAPD. Some of their officers, I'm sure, have been working long hours. So it was time to bring in some extra resources and personnel power. Still seeing fireworks go off as well. So clearly the people that are just past City Hall, and we noticed that there was an attempt to create sort of a bonfire in the middle of the street. Meantime, that is a lot of sheriff's deputies that have now come in right there in downtown Los Angeles.
It is a Sunday night, and perhaps they're trying to regain control of the downtown area as we head into a new work week. It's going to be an unpredictable work week. We don't know about the National Guard called up by President Trump. We are back now on the scene of that driver. Look at the damage there of the car who was driving so erratically in the midst of people who are out there on the street at this late night hour. The demonstrators, as we're calling them, don't know this guy's motive. Obviously, this could have ended very badly as the people were throwing rocks at this vehicle as he was driving so dangerously amidst people there.
Oh, quite a few patrol cars have now arrived at the scene, and we were watching a deputy as he goes into the vehicle searching for what? We don't know, evidence, whatever, anything that will bolster the case against that driver. Although, frankly, probably the best evidence will be the Skyfox video where you could see all of his moves, all of his reckless maneuvers outside of downtown LA towards Chinatown, towards Olvera Street, into that plaza area where cars are not supposed to drive. And then he winds up here at this location near East 1st Street and Vanna. And that other vehicle that was involved, I don't know if law enforcement would know that he actually threw something into another truck rather. Okay, Matthew Seedorf, he is back with us now. Matthew, you've decided to add your mask. Is that because there's a lot of smoke and tear gas being thrown about?
Yeah, we're right in front of City Hall still. The protesters kind of push back towards City Hall. So there's the skirmish line with LASD here trying to hold them where they're at on 1st Street. We're trying to stay out of their way here. And they are, you can see the fire at the end of the street right now. They are firing those non-lethals, those flashbangs, and they warned us that there will be gas, as there's one right now. So there's going to be some tear gas here momentarily that they are firing across the street. Yeah, you can just see all the protesters over there, and on the other line of this law enforcement, and just flames, and it's pretty chaotic right now as they're trying to put an end to this right now.
Yeah, they've got that bonfire going there, Matthew, and they've successfully kept it lit for a while, but those flashbangs, that is no joke. And the flashbangs and the smoke can be quite helpful in trying to disperse a crowd. Wow.
Yeah, those flashbangs are really loud. The smoke is very successful, and we did see an alert from LAPD that essentially all the agitators at this point have split off into separate groups around downtown LA. It was warning people in the area to be careful of those agitators and possibly causing damage in the area. The Sheriff's Department was called in here to assist with the LAPD outside of City Hall, as there were protesters that were trying to barricade themselves on this street out front of City Hall. As right now we're following this skirmish line. They're trying to push the protesters further back. You can see the fire is still going on as well.
Matthew, as we watch there, that skirmish line able to make some progress and move forward there. Paint the picture where City Hall is. Is it behind you, in front of you? Where is City Hall in relation to this?
Yeah, so City Hall is right here. So we are right next to City Hall where this is happening. And then that's 1st Street where all this is taking place. So the protesters essentially got pushed back about an hour ago, and now they're coming back this direction. The Sheriff's Department is trying to hold the line and firing those non-lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall and hold that line and push them back, and hopefully people will disperse as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day kind of thing. But it is quite a scene, so we can just listen in for a minute here as you show us the scene.
Wow. And by the way, flashbangs, they do have a tail, and you can see them fly through the air, but they don't explode into fireworks like what we just saw. It was almost as if an agitator had decided, oh, well, I'm going to answer your flashbang with this green firework. I don't know if you noticed that, Matthew.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall, where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of traffic. I mean, people. You think about what time it is, 9:30 on a Sunday night. All the cars in the area, there's the massive scene taking place. Not normal at all.
I think there's a big looky-loo factor, and people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown LA, this is an area to avoid because these crowds can be on the move. Police can be on the move. But right now, it looks like this line, Matthew, is designed to hold the line and keep the crowds away from City Hall. And when you pan back to see City Hall right behind you there, it is quite a statement, quite a shot. And if I'm watching from another part of the country, whether I've been to Los Angeles or not, whether I know LA well or not, it is quite a visual to be watching this on TV.
Yeah, it feels like the whole world or the whole city is on fire when in fact it's just this, a few blocks really when you're talking about where these agitators are. They're not even anywhere close to LA Live or SoFi State, Crypto.com Stadium. They're farther north, away from that area.
Yeah, just I was thinking back because just a few hours ago we were inside City Hall. We had a press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass, and while we were inside the press conference, you could hear those flashbangs going off while we're interviewing the mayor about the protest taking place outside. Pretty eerie feeling with that, and now just standing out here in front of City Hall and seeing what's taking place, it's pretty unbelievable.
Can you show us again the pan shot, or have your cameraman turn back to show us really how close you are to City Hall? If you can reflect back on the words of the mayor and how she described what she was seeing with the protesters, and saying that there is no place for violence or unrest. Talk about that as we look at our beautiful building all lit up in colors, and then we have this contrast with the colors of a scene of chaos downtown.
Yeah, the mayor was saying that there's no place for violence. She was condemning the violence and says that it needs to stop. She was also blaming the Trump administration for what was taking place after they called in the National Guard. But yeah, just looking out what we see right now, again, the flames, you can see flags, as well as traffic, and it looks like there's a pretty significant crowd on the other side of the street there. And at this point, I mean, I don't know if you want to call this a standoff, but police or sheriff's department's here staring and looking at the protesters on the other side.
Yeah. We should point out that the reason why City Hall is all lit in different colors, I believe it's because of Pride Month, because Pride Month is June, and typically over the course of the year, the city will change the lighting for the beautiful City Hall. And so right now, I think it's multicolored for Pride Month.
Well, and it was LA Pride this weekend.
Exactly.
So it was a weekend of celebration in the gay community with LA Pride happening with the parade and the concerts, and then you have this going on, and as well as BET Experience at all, also this weekend downtown.
Right. Exactly. So always a lot of things going on downtown. What is not expected is to have this kind of activity from agitators. Notice we're not calling them protesters. Yes, there were a lot of people that wanted to protest the ICE raids that started in Paramount, and then we had all kinds of activity that moved up to Compton and then eventually into the downtown area. They're not that far away from the focus building that the building that we were focused on a lot last night, which was the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, also known as a federal building where a lot of the federal agents were housed, and where U.S. Attorney Bill Saley was saying that the reason why they started lobbing tear gas from the gates of the MDC was because that the agents felt threatened by the protesters that were outside of right next to on Alameda.
Matthew, as we see that white smoke, those are the canisters of what that is trying to push back the protesters?
Yeah, it looks like they're using some sort of pepper spray smoke that they're throwing that direction. And then you can see some other protesters, the agitators, firing back with those fireworks. It looks like they were possibly were trying to have some sort of takeover on the street there. But it looks like the deputies kept firing those little pepper pellets, pushing them out.
Yeah, those pepper balls are pretty potent as well. That was the accusation lobbed at the federal agents, the ICE agents in Paramount, was that long before at least the demonstrators felt it was necessary, they were starting to shoot pepper balls. So that was the Border Patrol agents to the demonstrators in Paramount yesterday. So now it's LASD using those pepper balls. Can you smell it, Matthew? I know you had an incident too close to tear gas. Are you affected at all by the pepper balls?
No, where we are, we must be down or upwind because we're not getting impacted here. They did warn us that that was about to happen. They told us to put on those masks, but I've taken mine off at this point because we're all right where we are right now.
Okay, good. That's good.
So as we see this greater picture here, it looks like the crowd has been pushed back. Is that what the visual is for you as well?
Yeah, looking here, we'll zoom in. looks like you can see the crowd walking the other direction.
Oh, sure.
There's still something on fire. Something's on fire in the middle of the street there. You can see some people on bikes and lots of cars going by. But it looks like the main crowd, what, dozens of people, maybe more than 100, going the opposite direction now, with the sheriff's department here holding the line outside of City Hall.
Yep, absolutely. But that fire continues to burn. So they were successful in getting something flammable on that, what would you call that, a bonfire or what have you. All right, now we're looking from Skyfox. I'm not 100% sure where Skyfox is now. There's a wider picture. Is that the area near Beaudry, near the LA School Bureau, School District headquarters? Not quite sure, but you see, now this does look like a few protesters that are holding signs up to law enforcement, and there's quite a few police officers, and now they're creating a stronger, what I would consider a, when I say stronger, what I mean is more officers in that skirmish line. And that's unusual. I see a guy there with a backpack, and I'm wondering whether or not that backpack has some kind of substance that allows for him, instead of shooting tear gas, perhaps he can just spray somebody with some kind of chemical or like a tear gas kind of situation. Do we know where this is? Can we get some direction on what intersection this is? Is that the same overpass where we had focused a lot of our attention earlier today when the 101 freeway was blocked? Because I saw a little peek of what looked like the 101 freeway.
I'm not quite sure where it is, but obviously police are wanting to make some kind of stand there for some reason. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's the freeway right there to the right. Ah, okay.
And it's still stopped down. There's no traffic going through there. And this was an area that they were concerned about, at least earlier, because that is where a lot of people had stood on that overpass and alongside the 101 freeway, and they were lobbing pieces of concrete or cinder block over the side. Those were the bad actors. Those were the agitators. Now there seems to be a smaller group of people that are holding signs which suggests that they are true protesters.
For some reason, you have police there, Susan, in two positions there, trying to make a true stand at that location. And who knows if they had some kind of intel or if the crowd was marching that direction, making their way there. But for some reason, police do not want people going up that street or down that side street. So perhaps protesters, demonstrators were on the move in a certain direction, or they were going back, like you said, to that freeway area, and they wanted to make sure that there was no more disruption of the freeway.
Now, there's no reason for them to be lobbing things down below the 101 freeway unless they want to hit passenger cars, because the vehicles are all gone now. The CHP was able to get their vehicles out. So this is the part that it would be great if we had a police strategist who could explain to us, okay, so you're blocking the way to the Hall of Justice, basically. The next street over, I believe, is the Hall of Justice. You're blocking the way to go back up to or south, but meantime, it doesn't appear to be blocked to the area which is the overview, the overpass over the 101 freeway.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow.
Oh, that is always something that people have to be wary of, because that means that there was a shooter, right? A sharpshooter that had the light poised on that guy.
That's interesting. Not sure what we just witnessed there. Okay, again, we are watching this intersection for a reason, and you have a small crowd there. Not sure why they're not just turning around and going, because they're clearly outnumbered there by law enforcement. Looks like you have the Sheriff's Department and LAPD both there in that position there, that location.
Oh, we should point out, too, see, there's another guy with a giant backpack, and you got to wonder what's in that backpack. we did see CHP, by the way, dressed in all navy blue too, which was a little confusing when we were focused in on the 101 when those vehicles, well, first when the protesters were there and then when the vehicles were there. So they too were in a different kind of uniform than I didn't expect. Yeah, like a dark black
like an LAPD.
Navy blue. So people were confusing them with LAPD. Regardless, let's just call them law enforcement. The point is they are there to keep the peace, and right now, sadly, this is not peace.
So we are back right outside of Los Angeles City Hall, where you have the LA County Sheriff's Department with that line there. And you can see the remnants of the crowd that was there earlier with that fire still burning in the middle of the street. It appears they're just letting that fire burn itself out. The larger crowd has been dispersed, although it looks like some are coming back to that fire pocket there. And there you go. They're going to fire some more non-lethal weapons to disperse those who are returning. Again, you have vehicles there, the public driving through.
The public or other people that want to be in the general vicinity, that they perhaps are wanting to check out what's going on in downtown LA. They could even be amongst those that perhaps have some ideas of what they will do in order to join in the anarchy.
Well, too, you can try to block off streets, but what happens is these groups continue to move. Right here, they're not getting any access to City Hall. That's what's happening right here.
Maybe they got some intel that suggested that was the goal. The goal was to make entry into City Hall.
Or to tag it, cause damage of some sort.
Somebody was able to put some kind of like light projection onto the wall. So the good news is turn that off.
Yeah,
it's not permanent, but it was also an obscene message. I should point that out. Okay, Skyfox taking a look around. So those auto dealers, if I'm not mistaken, are
Patriot Hall there, I believe.
Yeah, so south of the 10 freeway. Is that what we're looking at?
It's in that greater area of the downtown LA area where you have those dealerships. And you're right, our chopper there is kind of just scouting around, looking around right now as to what's happening. And we talked about Matthew Seedorf saying different groups were on the move in different areas. This is a pretty big pocket of people here. We haven't seen a larger group like this in a minute here. So obviously you have people who made their way to connect with one another as they march down the street, with motorists either trying to get through or be part of it. Oh wow.
Dear.
Oh, okay, this is not good. So here you have a violent fight breaking out. Hopefully this will end quickly, that they will break up these people. Okay, and there you go. That's what happened. Okay.
Clearly we don't know what happened there, but and the fight continues. But meantime, lots of other people are trying to stop the person. But he's strong. He keeps going. But there are people trying to keep him back.
Which goes to tell you that there are some people there that are trying to protest on message. Oh, wow. Okay, and then there are others who are.
That guy might have. Maybe he just wanted to get through, and then there were words exchanged.
Then you have a car there caught in the middle of the traffic there, and let us hope that everybody is safe. And again, looks like they are part of what's going on there.
They got the hazard lights on, so they're stopped.
And see, so like the SUV, there are people hanging out of the SUV there. It looks like some people want to be part of this movement down the street here. Others, I'm sure, are looky-loos here. But it is Sunday night. It's coming up on 10 o'clock at night, which really could be very late night in some cities, but not necessarily in LA. We can be a late night town for certain people who don't work the next day, or it's an industry town that works different hours and different shifts.
Or they're passionate about the cause, no matter how misguided.
Or passionate about the cause.
Period. Yes, 100%. I didn't mean to suggest everybody was misguided, but if you're destroying property and you're hurting officers, that is not acceptable. And both the governor, Bill Escalation, the mayor, they've all said the same thing. Nathan Hochman, the DA, the police chief, they've all said the same thing, that if you are going after officers, destroying property, damaging buildings, etc., those are all prosecutable crimes. And there will be a great effort to track all of those agitators down and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, including, apparently the DA says he will consider filing felony charges, and of course you could find yourself up against federal charges as well, or in exchange for the local charges.
So again, we have our Sky Fox right now over downtown LA, where we have been witnessing pockets of demonstrators, people still taking to the streets after 3 days of protests against Homeland Security and the ICE raids here in Southern California. This is again Sunday night here in Southern California. And as people are watching, as we know they do because we get responses on our Facebook page, etc., they watch from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. We are streaming live on the Fox Local app, is another place to always find us and our coverage. So we are trying to bring people information that is relevant to them locally, but also if you have no perspective as to where this is, we want to give you that perspective as well. So downtown Los Angeles here is where you're seeing these protesters, these demonstrators, these crowds of people still late night out there, out in the streets. Not sure where they're marching to or just marching, just staying out late. But we're going to continue to follow it here on Fox 11. Our newscast is normally at 10 p.m., so we've been on since earlier this evening.
Almost 7. It was 7:07.
And we'll have probably more of a recap for you coming up in just about 10 minutes here. Susan, you were on late last night. Compare what you saw late last night. Is this a similar scene as the night went on, or were there much more people?
Yeah, it just wasn't this extensive. It was really focused in on the MDC, closer to that federal building. So to see these protesters moving around, and we're watching as a police vehicle is trying to navigate its way through this area, and somebody threw a bicycle or a scooter. So that sort of suggests to you the temperature of these protesters and how they are expressing themselves. But yes, last night there was an interesting sort of ebb and flow with the demonstrators. There were times when it just seemed like there was, nothing was going on, and Laura Diaz was on the ground and pointed that out. She says, no, what I'm experiencing is peaceful. This is not an agitated crowd. And then the number of people would go up, enough so that when they approached the federal building, the MDC, then that's what brought the agents out, the federal agents out, and they started doing things like lobbing tear gas canisters and the flashbangs. So I think the noise that we're hearing is actually from the ground shot that we have there, because it looked as if there were a lot of fireworks that just were set off not far from where Matthew Seedorf is, not far from City Hall. Now here's a headline roundup of what has happened in the course of day 3 of these anti-ICE protests. President Trump deployed 300 National Guard troops. Law enforcement used tear gas and rubber bullets. Protesters are throwing fireworks and cement, and Governor Newsom, he calls this a serious breach of state sovereignty because of the National Guard troops that were deployed. We did hear from a retired captain who felt as if that the National Guard was there to protect the federal agents, that they weren't really there to bring the temperature down in the streets of LA. And indeed, Chief McDonnell was the one who said that it was a top-down situation, that he would not have done it the way that President Trump did, as we watched this patrol car try to wend its way through this crowd, not hit the crowd, but at the same time running the risk of stoking their anger. And somebody just threw something, missed the car. and now the patrol car is trying to get out of that area.
As we're watching these demonstrators, these crowds out in the street there, I'm wondering what it must feel like for members of law enforcement and their families to watch their loved ones at work doing their job as they've been assigned to do, and to see them being pelted with whatever they were being pelted with there. This is a tense time for not only those who are against the ICE activity, the ICE raids, but also for law enforcement who, as we say, put their lives on the line, who show up there to do the job of protecting the citizens of Los Angeles. And there are people who are pro-police and who are not. But for the families of law enforcement, this is a tense time in a whole different way.
Indeed. We're going to bring Matthew Seedorf back in because we heard a lot of what I think were fireworks, but perhaps you could disabuse me of that idea. Were they more flashbangs, or was it fireworks from the agitators?
As you said that, we've been seeing some fireworks. We did see a large amount of fireworks taking place, but also pretty consistent flashbangs. Those protesters are trying to push back closer to City Hall, but Sheriff's Department right now, again, holding that line. They did tell us to be prepared to move, so we are prepared just in case they move this way or that way. One of the protesters on the other side of the street, where you can see the fire behind me, has a megaphone and is yelling at sheriff's deputies here on the line. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying, talking about serve and protect. But again, all this taking place right outside of City Hall. It's been going on right at this location for a couple of hours now. They've pushed them beyond First Street, right next to where we are, City Hall, and they've kind of gone a few blocks away. And since then, they've come back. And it's every little bit of time that goes by, it seems like they want to try to move a little bit closer. So let's see what happens here. Looks like sheriff's deputies are about to do something, maybe move one way or the other here. So. Yeah, you can see protesters right on the edge of the street here in that fire as well. Go ahead, send it back to you.
You talked about the crowds going in different directions. We are watching two different directions there on our screen, two different groups. And I'm wondering if there are more groups that have splintered off and kind of are meandering around the streets there. No quiet here on a Sunday night in Southern California. Matthew, again, you are outside of City Hall, where we've heard today from the mayor of Los Angeles, as it really is a city in chaos, you might say, in the downtown LA area. And for everybody who's checked in on me or wondered how things were, you are looking at the downtown area on a Sunday night. And again, not normal to see the Sheriff's Department right here. This is normally LAPD, which obviously there is a great demand for LAPD tonight and could be in the coming days as they have to work on their staffing and their resources. And it's really, Susan, as we look ahead to the week, it's an unpredictable week.
Absolutely. Unpredictable, and you know, it is clear. We were hopeful that perhaps after day 2 that would be enough, or perhaps the temperature would go down with the demonstrations and the protests, not amp up. That's the thing. When this started to really get going in the afternoon, mid-afternoon, it was kind of surprising because the morning time started where it was okay. It wasn't quite this hot. And then things just got hotter and hotter. And then
talking about this morning,
well, no, by mid-afternoon is when, you know, by 2 o'clock, apparently there was a planned demonstration around 2. But it was after that things kept getting hotter and hotter, and we kept seeing more of the protesters do things like occupy the 101.
Sheriff's Department.
I don't know if you have us right now.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so right now they're pushing forward the Sheriff's Department.
Oh, they are.
We saw the protesters. They had looked like traffic signs that they were using as almost shields to try to get closer to the Sheriff's Department. And then the Sheriff's Department immediately reacted, moving their line closer and then firing those non-lethal flashbangs, and then the pepper pellets their direction, pushed them back pretty quick.
Well, Susan, you were talking about how we saw things escalate throughout the day. You heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell that when you have something like the ICE raids on Friday that were so disturbing to so many people, that you see reaction sometimes 2 and 3 days later. Well, also it's the weekend. These movements by ICE were not something that the city was aware of, LAPD was aware of. So it was one of those things where it caught everybody by surprise, the actions by the federal government. And with it being the weekend, it also allowed people time to decide they wanted to come down and make some kind of statement in one way or another.
Yeah,
Matt, go ahead.
Well, Matthew had pointed out, too, that there was a little bit more organization on day 3, that there was a lot of social media announcements that there would be this kind of demonstration in downtown Los Angeles. So there was definitely that. But when you think about what the governor had to say, what the mayor had to say, where they felt like calling in the National Guard was only going to stoke the situation and, excuse me, and make things worse. So they were really dismissive and disapproving of the fact that the president had brought in or called for the California National Guard to be federalized.
So, Matt, it looks like the sheriff's department was trying to push the crowd back. Then they kind of moved back to their position of holding that line there to protect City Hall. Can you sense that it did help to disperse more of the crowd there?
Yeah, it seemed like they pushed back. Someone might have, I didn't catch what it was, but I heard like what sounded like a bottle that cracked or popped. And immediately after that, I saw a little bit of flames. And then moments later, the sheriff's deputies pushed back closer to where we are right now. So I'm not exactly sure what that was. That possibly was thrown at them. But now their line is where we're standing right now. And you can see, again, those agitators, those protesters right at the edge of the street there, still yelling at the sheriff's deputies where we're standing.
Well, we are coming up on our 10 o'clock hour. Normally it's a newscast anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but given the length of coverage throughout the day and the night, and last night going so long, my colleague Alex Michelson is going to swap in for me, and I'm going to step down here and allow the two of them to continue our coverage. Again, a pretty wild night here in Southern California with the sheriff's department there on the streets in that gear, with people on the streets there in many locations, or at least 2 locations, given our cameras right there. You have that aerial shot there of a different location of people there on the streets. I know as I head home, not an area I'm going to go to downtown, an area to definitely avoid. But again, we saw law enforcement gain back control of the 101 freeway, and now you have just a pretty small crowd there on the streets as we start to head into a new work week here in Southern California. Noting it's a big week. We had Pride Festival, LA Pride, this past weekend, the BET experience as well, and now we've got Club World Cups. We've got some major soccer happening in Southern California and LA as well. So quite the night. Alex, you were there on the scene talking with the mayor and the governor, and we'll bring you in for our 10 o'clock coverage for the update on that as well.
Let me just do a little bit of a reset here.
Sure.
It's 9:58 in the evening. Typically, we would start the Fox 11 10 o'clock news. And again, solo anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but I'm grateful to have my colleagues Christine Devine and Alex Michelson here, because it has been a remarkable day and something that we have not seen in quite a bit of time. And Alex, you were down at the EOC, so the LA County Emergency Operations Center. And what did you see there? Because what's most unusual to a certain extent is the fact that once the president brought in the California National Guard, federalized them, there wasn't a coordinated effort. We're used to hearing about law enforcement coordinating their efforts, LASD, LAPD, LAFD, etc. And the EOC is where, oftentimes, that would be the brain. That's where you would do that kind of thing to make sure that it is a coordinated effort.
Governor Newsom was in a meeting with Chief McDonald, with Sheriff Luna, with Mayor Bass. That was all happening at the Emergency Operations Center. That was busy tonight. They're watching all the TV coverage from all the stations. They're communicating with officials on the ground. So that is very much
happening as a way for California and Los Angeles County officials to work together. The problem is they are clearly not coordinating with the federal government, and that conflict is what you're seeing playing out right now, and is what we're probably going to be seeing playing out in the days ahead, as this is probably not ending anytime soon. And with that, we want to welcome you officially to Fox 11 News at 10.
But we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to us. We're not going to let our justice be torn apart.
I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos.
Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, this thing has gotten out of control.
Stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges.
Breaking right now, a third night of chaos in downtown Los Angeles. Tensions boiling over as protests against President Trump's immigration crackdown continue to escalate.
All right, we're going to take a live look from Skyfox on what's going on right now, although that looks like, oh, that is Skyfox Live right now. They just crossed over or passed over crypto.com to give you a sense for location there. But a lot of the protesters have dispersed. We do hear that LAPD has actually made it official that there is a disbursement order and that people have to leave the downtown area. We are happy to see that people are on the move and they're not just standing in one place. That seems to be when things get a little bit more dodgy as far as the action of some of these agitators. Now, a lot of this started because of the deployment of hundreds of National Guard troops, which then sparked some outrage with demonstrators who blocked freeways and then clashed with local law enforcement. And once again, we say good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna.
I'm Alex Michelson. Governor Gavin Newsom, Mayor Karen Bass, both calling for the Guard to be removed, saying their president is inflaming the situation. The governor actually going to announce a lawsuit tomorrow to say what the president's doing is illegal. Time for them to get out.
Yeah, he mentioned the fact that he feels like this threatens the state's sovereignty. All right, we're going to go now to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. We have been going to you multiple times in the course of this evening, Matthew. Where you are right now, have things started to simmer down?
Yeah, right now the protesters are hurling insults at members of law enforcement using a megaphone. You can see them on the other side of the street behind us. They've been also throwing fireworks this direction. You can hear the loud bangs, but also there's those fire bangs that the members of the sheriff's department are firing back, and some sort of pepper spray that gets in the air here as well. I'll see if we can point this direction and you can see what the crowd is doing right now. There's also, obviously, there's the flame in the middle of the street, and then some agitators that have been trying to set up these barricades, these street signals in the middle of the road, so that when law enforcement shoots those non-lethals, that they can hide behind those for as long as they can, stand it, before they eventually do retreat. But we've been seeing this for the last few hours here now, where these protesters were at one point right outside of City Hall. The sheriff's department was called in to help with LAPD at this scene and pushed them out. The protesters retreated a few blocks, and this is where we stand right now. They're kind of back and trying to taunt law enforcement too. Go ahead, send it back to you.
All right, Matthew, thank you. We noticed that the fire there, the bonfire or whatever you want to call it, it's sort of gone down a little bit. So that's probably because they can't feed the fire. You are right alongside City Hall. City Hall is also where you were able to talk to the mayor. Last night when we talked to her on the air, I asked her if she was angry. I had heard or read a statement that suggested that she was deeply angry, but she told me last night, no, I'm not angry. It's my job to stay calm, and I'm not stressed out either, which is another question that I asked of her. Because I would be.
Governor Newsom was very, very angry.
Well, today's another day, too.
In our conversation, and
perhaps,
I think the mayor is frustrated as well.
Yeah, perhaps her sentiments are different today.
And we expect to hear from Mayor Karen Bass within the next minute or two. She's going to be joining us live here on Fox 11. But Matthew, I'm just curious from a perspective of what you're seeing on the ground. Over the years, sometimes you'll see the peaceful protests, legitimate protests, angry protests, and then you see agitators and Antifa and people that are just trying to cause problems for problem's sake. How would you describe the mix of that you're seeing out there now?
Well, most of this evening, I would say it seems like a majority are possibly agitators. You know, you think of the protests, you think of people holding signs, you think of chanting, and that's really, we haven't seen any of that this evening. It's been, you know, people chopping up pieces of concrete to hurl at CHP cars on the freeway, and people spray painting buildings and breaking glass and launching fireworks and starting fires. It's not what you think of when you think of a protest, right? This is a little more violent than that. Especially, I mean, you think of those the CHP officers underneath that overpass while people are hurling rocks down on them. It's cement, basically stranded. They were stuck there. And at one point, one of their cars even caught on fire from what was thrown underneath. So just a very intense situation. But yeah, right now we just see what's left. The protesters have kind of scattered. The agitators have scattered. It is past 10 o'clock on a Sunday. You think, you know, in downtown LA, usually pretty quiet around this time, but not tonight. Lots of traffic and lots of people still walking around.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. The police chief, Alex, actually said that some of these agitators were coming with backpacks and a cinder block, and then they would take a hammer and break up the cinder block, and that's what we saw. That's why there was such a healthy supply of projectiles, basically from the overview, from the overpass over the 101 freeway, and then they would just keep lobbing. It was like a rain of stones onto the 101 that then affected the vehicles down below.
Yeah, and that's why when we say third night of anti-ICE protests, some of them are protesting ICE, and some of those people are just out to create problems and don't really care at all about the nuanced version of immigration policy. We're hoping to get Mayor Bass on the line in momentarily to talk about the situation that we're seeing as we now look at this live picture of City Hall, which is all lit up. You can hear the music in place as well.
Okay.
You know, can we? Is Mayor Bass with us?
Okay.
Mayor, can you hear
is
us?
that you?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mayor Bass, thank you. We were together a few hours ago at the Emergency Operations Center. From your perspective, what is the latest that you're seeing, that you're hearing about what's happening right now?
Well, what the latest is that, you know, now that the protest has broken up quite a bit, you know, you have the stragglers who now are going around in different neighborhoods and vandalizing, doing graffiti, and LAPD is following them in a couple of ways, and making arrests, you know, where it's appropriate. I don't know how many arrests have been made thus far, but they are definitely looking to make arrests when they see people vandalizing or committing other acts of violence.
And can you talk more about your specific message when it comes to that vandalism and that violence?
My specific message is that, you know, when the administration sent in the National Guard, I've been very concerned that it was a provocative act that was not going to help bring peace to our city. And if anybody participates in violence, then they are essentially saying that we need federal troops. And I do not believe that we do. And I think that if people violate the law, then they need to be arrested and held accountable to the full extent of the law, period.
So are you essentially...
No flexibility on that.
Essentially, what it sounds like what you're saying is if you really, really don't like the ICE policies of President Trump, going out and doing vandalism just makes them even more likely to happen.
Exactly right, exactly right. I think it's quite ironic. As you protest ICE, you protest federal involvement, and then you give reason for people to have federal troops here. And so don't give in. Don't do that. Don't take the bait. You know, and you see people scrambling around, and they're just creating havoc in different places. This is not protest. This is not protest at all. And I think that the real protest ended several hours ago, and this is not helpful. If anybody thinks that by vandalizing the city that you are helping the cause of immigrants in Los Angeles, you are doing the exact opposite. Immigrants in Los Angeles are being painted very negatively, and we all know, Angelenos know, that that is not accurate, but the pictures that the country is seeing on national TV reinforces that negative image. And that, to me, is the last thing we need to do as Angelenos. This is a time for our city to come together, not for our city to be pitted against each other, and absolutely not for there to be violence in this city. It's just not going to be accepted. They need to understand that. They might not get arrested today, but you know, there's a lot of videos out there, a lot of cameras out there, so just because you got away with it today, that doesn't mean that the police will not be coming for you.
Yeah, that's the exact thing that we heard from the police chief and from U.S. Attorney Bill Desailly. But Mayor, let me ask you, the police chief was asked where he would be today and whether or not he would get to the point where, what is more typical, he would ask for help. The state of California would ask for help from the National Guard. Do you think we'd be there now?
Well, I don't know if we would be there now, because it's an interesting question, because the question I would raise is that if the federal troops had not been deployed, would it have been necessary? Because again, I viewed it as a provocation. So if the provocation wasn't there, would we be here in terms of the random violence? And I think that that's something that we need to ask ourselves. I know that I support what the governor is proposing, which is that the president, the federal government, rescind the federal order and let the National Guard be governed like they should be, which is by the governor, not by the president. So my message is peace. My message is unity. My message is we support all Angelenos, and we are not going to allow our city to be painted as being invaded by immigrants when we are a city that is full of immigrants from every country that you can imagine.
All right, Mayor Karen Bass, I know how busy you are. We really appreciate your time tonight calling in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, the question, if we had had a little bit more time with the mayor, I would have asked her, where are the federal agents, or rather the National Guard right now? We saw them earlier today. Yeah. Captain Paul Vernon wanted to make the point that the National Guard was not engaging, was not a part of trying to police the streets, but at the same time, where are they now?
I talked to her about that earlier.
Okay. And
she said that they are guarding federal property because that's their main goal right now, and that part of the challenge has been that so many people were focused on the national. This is something that Governor Newsom said, that so many people were so focused on the National Guard as a target that they actually had to use the CHP and the LAPD to protect the National Guard because they have, you know, the signs on there that say National Guard, but they have mostly been stationing them near federal property to try to help the federal immigration process as well, and we have not seen them in the streets of LA keeping order, which we have in the past. I mean, you bring up a good point, and you think about 2020 when we had those riots, and there was some controversy of when the National Guard should be pulled in. Some thought they should have been called in earlier, but when they did arrive, they helped to restore order. We saw them after the fires.
After the fires,
the National Guard came in. Both of those instances, the governor approved it and called for it. That's the big difference.
And lauded them for their duty.
Right, and now the National Guard are in, and the governor doesn't want them to be there. But part of the question, this is something I talked about with Governor Newsom earlier, now that they're here, you know, how can't we use them more effectively, or can't they be helpful? And he kind of didn't really take that premise. Yeah. But that is one of the things as we continue to look at live pictures, and you know, there's a lot of people that look at this and just wonder why, you know, why is sort of aimless lawlessness allowed? And is from a strategic perspective, does it make sense to try to cramp down on these people to send a message, or is that actually antagonize them even more, so you let them blow off their steam, get, you know, their stuff out of the system, and then
as long as they're not destructive,
they go home on their own.
Yeah.
And
all right.
You know, that's some of the question now.
Well, just a few hours ago, LAPD's police chief held a news conference to address all the disruption downtown and the police response. Chief Jim McDonnell blamed the violence on a specific group.
When I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on, they've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, you know, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people.
McDonald also said the LAPD does not get informed of federal law enforcement action before it happens, which means that the units are not able to pre-stage at potential trouble spots. He added the LAPD is legally prohibited from participating in any civil immigration action. That's the concept of a sanctuary city, sanctuary state. The Trump administration, Tom Hallman, says, we wish you guys weren't a sanctuary state, sanctuary city, and then we could coordinate it with you. Part of the reason we're not telling you about this is because we can't tell you about it, and we would rather coordinate with you. And so that is what the Trump administration says about this. And of course, California state leaders have chosen to not do that, with police leaders like Jim McDonald saying the sanctuary policy actually makes the community safer because it encourages people who may be victims of crime or know perpetrators of crime, who may be here undocumented, to have a relationship with the police and be able to work with them as compared to being afraid to come forward. And so that's been the rationale for the sanctuary policy for a long time.
For 45 years, according to the mayor, who pointed that out yesterday, indeed, because a lot of the narrative from the GOP, from the Trump administration, was about the last 4 years, meaning the Biden years. But she pointed out, no, we've been sanctuaries, city and state, for decades. Now, President Trump spoke to reporters about the National Guard and the Marines potentially being sent to LA.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Fight and his auto pen.
What's the bar for sending Marines to...
Bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
The president says there will be little to zero tolerance when it comes to troops and law enforcement officers being attacked. Basically, what he said was that if they spit, meaning the protesters spit, then they will get hit by law enforcement. And so that's quite a threat from the president. The president also issuing a warning to California as well. And here's some of that.
When they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
All right, we also have another soundbite from Mr. President talking about what, Alex, you just mentioned too, about the potential for Trump and declaring an insurrection.
Yeah. Well,
do we have that sound?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection.
There is one?
No, but you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
Here's why that matters. So President Trump has called in the National Guard without the governor's approval. The governor says that that's illegal. They're taking them to court, and that may be fought out in the courts. But if President Trump declares an insurrection, he then would have the authority not only to use the National Guard, but potentially to use the military. So that's where he could send in troops. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has suggested maybe troops coming in from Camp Pendleton to come to the streets of Southern California. And the thing that the governor was especially concerned about is this idea of those troops maybe being used for immigration purposes, essentially to round people up and deport them, which has never happened before. But could be a legal theory, a posse comitatus that could be tested. And he thinks
so federalize the Marines to be able to do what the Border Patrol does.
And to do what ICE does.
And do what ICE does.
And then all of a sudden you've got armed military people in the streets of Southern California, you know, essentially arresting people and potentially leading to their deportations, which obviously would intensify the situation quite a bit. The president hasn't said that's what he's going to do. They haven't made that implicit threat yet, but in terms of the state of California's leadership, that is something that they're actively worried about and thinking about in terms of a strategy to respond to it.
And in the mere fact that Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, sort of made the suggestion that he put the Marines on high alert, that is in part what is stoking that concern. We're going to go back down to the ground, and Matthew Seedorf, he's right near City Hall. What's your situation now?
Yeah, it continues, this kind of standoff from a distance between LA Sheriff's deputies and agitators, those protesters on the other side of First Street. We just saw LAPD driving by. It looked like they were possibly chasing a car. It's hard to know for sure, but you can see their helicopter also circling the area with a spotlight pointed that direction. Anytime any of these protesters, these agitators try to get closer to City Hall, Sheriff's deputies immediately meet them with the heavy, strong flashlight. If they keep pushing forward, they'll tell them to turn around and go back. And then if they keep going further beyond that, they have those non-lethal. So really right now, LASD really trying to hold the line here at downtown LA outside of City Hall. Pretty bizarre sight. The Sheriff's Department really called in to help with LA police tonight with all of this taking place across the city.
Yeah, indeed. It was early evening, Alex, when we started to see LA Sheriff's deputies in the downtown area helping with the LAPD. LAPD, even the chief says, is stretched thin. They're on tactical alert. And he warned residents that if you call for help with the police, unless it's life-threatening, chances are you'll wait. You'll have to wait because resources are stretched.
And that's the danger in how this is impacting everybody, even if you're have nothing to do with this. Don't care. Don't want a part of it. Staying away from downtown Los Angeles, and yet you have some incident that happens in your neighborhood. You may not get a cop coming there because largely these agitators are doing this and pulling law enforcement away, and it's that's very unfortunate for the the hardworking taxpayer who's just trying to do the right thing in life.
And if they need help, it would be a shame if they were left wanting. All right, so you see there those traffic barricades, the A-line traffic barricades. A lot of the protesters have collected them. They've put up their own sort of, I don't know if you can call it a skirmish line, but some kind of barrier. One had a sign with an obscenity on it. I'm not quite sure what the strategy is there, because opposite that same barrier is a law enforcement skirmish line. Excuse me. So, and we still are seeing a lot of fireworks being set off by those that are not law enforcement, like right there.
Yeah, and you worry that could hit people, and not a great night if you happen to have a condo or an apartment in downtown Los Angeles too, to be near this and to be hearing the sounds of all of this and all the rest of it, and it's tough. So they're right by. What we're looking at right now, just for some perspective, is this is right near City Hall, I think, is what we're looking at here. We're near the LAPD headquarters as well, as we're looking at this fire engine moving in that direction. And so, you know, there's a whole lot of government buildings that are right there in that area. There's courthouses, and that's where it seems to be the focus of a lot. At the top of your picture right now is the headquarters of the LAPD. So there's a whole lot of police officers there, and we'll see what these firefighters are doing. Are they gonna put out one of these fires on the street? Are they needed for some sort of rescue situation? It'll be interesting to watch them, and then you see the folks with that are armed there as well. Tense situation, tense night. I mean, so many times over the years, Susan, we have seen this particular area as sort of the heart, the center of where we've seen conflicts.
And that's not normal, by the way. The wire barricade there, that is not typically there. So they put that up in order to protect the main LAPD administration building and keep the protesters or the agitators out of that area. Meantime, as we're watching as these police officers, and you see the lime green, the fluorescent green barreled gun, that would be less than lethal type of a rifle or gun, and then the firefighters that are heading towards, we're not quite sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they go. You know, those barricades.
So they're heading towards the building.
Have been, and maybe there's who knows, hopefully a police officer, somebody's not hurt. You know, those barricades have gone up before in sort of the most tense situations. I remember being there on the night of Occupy LA when they brought that down and they had the barricades up. We saw the barricades there during the George Floyd situation set up around LAPD headquarters, because as you would imagine, police headquarters is a target for a lot of these people, some of whom believe that not only should ICE be abolished, but that the police itself should be abolished. And then sometimes they have a different opinion when crime happens in their neighborhood, but that's a whole other story. And so you see many of them often focus on the LAPD headquarters itself. And so they are defending that turf there. But as you would imagine, because of the nature of that building, there's usually plenty of cops there to work to defend that building, as they also are, you know, keep an eye on City Hall across the street, which is also a symbolic target that's often the focus of people that are trying to start something up in Los Angeles.
We just heard from Mayor Valls on the phone, but also earlier today she had a news conference responding to Trump's deployment of the National Guard. She says the city is already dealing with so much following January's deadly wildfires. Here's her response to a question.
Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about that. So after the wildfires, President Biden gave the FEMA emergency order, and President Trump has kept that. And I've talked to Governor Newsom, I've talked to Mayor Bass, I've talked to the supervisors, all these Democrats who have widely praised President Trump, said that he's been great to work with on the cleaning up of the wildfires. The Army Corps of Engineers has moved ahead of schedule. It's been a rare sort of bipartisan kumbaya triumph of at least that's working. You have all sorts of questions about the permitting and what comes next and some of the bureaucratic symbols, but in terms of clearing the junk out of there, that has worked really well, and everybody's praising the federal government, even people that can't stand President Trump. And so, and the next step is that Governor Newsom and all these California leaders want $40 billion from the federal government to help clean up the rest of it. And they were trying to negotiate that. Well, this may not help when you try to ask for $40 billion and you see now this conflict that is happening between the federal government, between Los Angeles and the state of California. And so you wonder what that's going to mean for the money that still has not been allocated from a Republican Congress and a Republican president. And you also wonder...
But wait, let me just interject. Did you ask the governor? I thought you asked him that, whether there was any concern that that was going to affect his ability to get that.
We're going to have that interview in a few minutes. But yes, and he basically said, I don't know what else I can do. So kind of resigned on that front. But that's a potential issue. And it's interesting also that these very same relationships and these very same people who were all locked in arms, kumbaya, you're great, you're great.
Thank you so much.
We love you, are now having this happen. And so this could not be more opposite of that. And so it's, you know, and the bad part is, you know who loses in all this? The people.
The people.
The Democrats and Republicans. The people that want to just have, you know, a safe city to live in and who really need a whole lot of help cleaning up from one of the most destructive wildfires in the history of the country.
Right, and that's going to take years to get back to normal.
Right.
From Skyfox, you see the skyline of downtown Los Angeles, the beautiful city of Los Angeles. It just really breaks my heart to see so much unrest and so much damage. I did hear from my friend from the Italian American Museum in the Chinatown area. I was concerned because I know that she's been victim of protester graffiti before, and she says, yeah, that there is some concern. The parking lot across the way apparently was hit, but she does have some concerns. Okay, we're going to move on to this because anti-ICE protesters converged on a hotel in Pasadena after learning that Border Patrol vehicles were there.
Fox 11's Gina Silva reports from Pasadena.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
These Pasadena residents spent their Sunday protesting outside the AC Hotel on Madison Avenue after social media posts showed Border Patrol vehicles parked outside, confirming agents are currently staying there.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
It is incredibly disrespectful and traumatizing that our city is hosting, apparently, ICE agents and that Los Angeles is a sanctuary city.
Agents are being housed in these hotels, and that just still is an issue for us because it makes our community members unsafe.
These things are cause for alarm, and I think that's why you see so many people out here.
California State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who represents the 25th district, including Pasadena, says she received reports that ICE agents were asking hotel employees for documentation. She says many workers were so uncomfortable, they walked off the job.
People's rights are being violated. Due process is not being followed. I've been speaking with attorneys at the ACLU. People are being denied their right to an attorney. All of these things are incredibly concerning. In addition to that, I heard that 80 people were arrested yesterday, a majority of whom did not have any sort of criminal record.
As more people gathered to protest outside the AC Hotel,
show me what democracy looks like!
Management called the Pasadena police. Officers explained that anyone, including ICE, is legally allowed to stay at the hotel.
Anybody's free to stay here, basically, whether they're on duty, off duty, or get any type of guest, as long as they're not committing a crime.
By late afternoon, musicians joined the protest, playing songs aimed at La Migra, a term used to refer to immigration and customs enforcement.
This is a campaign that's being carried out to sow fear in the hearts of people who have been here for a long time, working hard, contributing to our economy, contributing to our society.
ICE, get out. We are a sanctuary city, and it is time. As a government teacher, we have rights, and so do our students. Documented or no, you are all Americans.
Yeah, a reminder that we have more undocumented immigrants in California than any other state. We're looking at some video right here of some Waymos which were set on fire and tagged earlier. Susan, you were live as this all happened.
Indeed, there were about 5 Waymo vehicles. It is reported that they were actually called in. You know how you can use your app to call a vehicle? They called them into the downtown area. Someone did. And then it wasn't long after that because they were in a line, all on the same street, and then they were tagged initially and then set ablaze. And in the course of watching Skyfox over this area, we watched as agitators jumped up on the vehicles, used skateboards to kind of destroy the vehicle even before they were set on fire. Ultimately, All 5 vehicles were set on fire.
Wow.
We also watched as they burned, because anyone who has an electric vehicle or knows what it's like for firefighters to answer the call of a burning EV, that they have to be worried about the toxic chemicals that come out of the lithium battery, and ultimately they just burn, and you're better off letting it burn, believe it or not.
This is why when you're on the airplane, they ask you, do you have any lithium-ion batteries? And they make you take that out because they don't want that to happen in the middle of the airport, in the middle of the airplane as it's flying. That's a new thing, right? I mean, this is the concept of this self-driving cars,
right?
Because there's no driver to fight back, of calling it there and it having no idea that it's basically a sitting duck, and then just destroying that company's property.
Sure.
I guess a Google subsidiary, but really a company that has nothing to do with ICE policy, and just to destroy.
Okay, so Skyfox is over this location. We believe it's 6th and Broadway, where apparently someone was able to crash through, break through that glass door and make entry into that location. It's another shoe store. We've seen, how many times have we seen that kind of situation where they loot shoes or merchandise? And so they take an opportunity, they meaning agitators, when things are stretched, when law enforcement is stretched, when the attention is on a different area, like for example, 1st and Main, they got to worry about, you know, the fact that there are these bad actors that decide, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to break through and we're going to loot this shoe store.
It reminds me of 2020 in Santa Monica, when our colleague Phil Schuman covered one of these incidents and was saying to the people as they walked out, hey, you got a receipt? Just to sort of throw it in their face. And he would ask them, what's your take on the policy? And none of them, of course, had anything to say about that, as they just were trying to get free stuff and take advantage of somebody else's pain as a way to cash in for the day. But you're looking at this, and clearly some people have seen this situation as an invitation for them to try to get paid while they think there's going to be no consequences. And so we'll see in the days ahead, as a lot of these stores that do have surveillance video and all the rest of it, will any of these people be held accountable? Will some of this merchandise be recovered? And will there be a message sent to folks that this kind of thing is not okay?
Well, and I have to point out, because this is our first opportunity to see the fact that they were able to pull this glass door down and then make entry. Unlike those other agitators that were like constantly filming each other, this might not be that way. This might have been a situation where, look, no one's looking. Everybody's focused over there. We see where the helicopters are. They're not here.
Yeah.
We're going to make entry. We're not shooting each other doing this.
It might just be random robbers who thought,
who just took
it had
advantage
nothing to
of
do
the
with
fact
any of this. They were just like, this is our time because everybody's over there.
Grab some shoes.
Now, because there is no door there, we do see law enforcement guarding this door to try to protect whatever's property is left. But unfortunately, we have seen other incidents like this around.
In the past, you were right. In the past, with the social justice marches and the destruction that came out of that.
And one of the ways we got out of that situation, if you remember at the time, was that the National Guard came in and helped to restore order. Of course, that was with Governor Newsom's blessing, and now we've got a situation where the National Guard is here without his blessing, and we don't really see where they are. So let's talk about some of the headlines of the day, where we are right now. The president today he deployed 2,000 National Guard troops, but about 300 of them have arrived here in Southern California so far. National Guard, they come from all over the state. A lot of them are not full-time employees, so sometimes it takes time for them to get here. We could see more arriving tomorrow. Law enforcement we've seen today using tear gas, rubber bullets, protesters throwing fireworks and cement. And the governor said this is a serious breach of state sovereignty, calling for troops to be removed, and will launch a lawsuit tomorrow to talk about that as a concept as well. And we should hear our interview with Governor Newsom soon to hear his perspective on it.
And Mayor Bass also echoed that she wants the National Guard troops rescinded as well. And to hear Chief McDonald talk, he was not he was not in line with the idea that we should call in the California National Guard and federalize them. He agrees with the governor and with the mayor that that is something you do when your resources are stretched so thin that you need to call in the National Guard.
But it's interesting. This is a very cool store, by the way.
I've never been in that store. Have you been in that? This is like the theater district of downtown LA.
I think I actually did a story on when this place opened, and you see this court with the Michael Jordan logo there as they're looking. It's very interesting, just the choreography of this, seeing the Jumpman lit up as they're looking for potential people who could be suspects in this break-in of this store in downtown Los Angeles. And so, yeah, I mean, you've got all these different incidents happening at the same time. Let's go back to Matthew Seedorf, who's our reporter on the ground, been doing such a great job all day long. You're located now near City Hall and near the LAPD headquarters. What are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, it seems like the agitators are getting frustrated. They're trying to get closer. I just saw someone just launch something our direction. There's a few people behind these barricades in the street, those street traffic signals that are, one person looks like they have an umbrella, trying to barricade themselves from those non-lethals with the umbrella and the street sign. I'm not sure what their game plan is at this point, but that's appears to be their method of protesting right now. And then you can see the other person doing the same thing with that barricade, walking backwards. I don't know if they're trying to steal the barricades or what. It's hard to know what the game plan is with that. But we are seeing those agitators. It seems like just trying to figure out what to do from here as LASD is holding the line. You can hear them firing those non-lethals that direction and those pepper pellets as well. We have seen the fireworks fired up in the air, some over this way, and also just a traffic mess in the area given everything that's happening. But again, looks like something's on fire again in the middle of the street. That was out for a little while, but it looks like it's back on fire. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Well, they were able to start it up again. It was out for a while and they were able to start it up again. Matthew, did you by chance notice, you're not far from the LAPD main administration building, and we watched as a fire truck came in and a number of LAPD patrol cars. I thought perhaps they were going to be dispatched closer to where that fire is, but instead they made a turn to the south and perhaps went into the administration building, or certainly into that the compound or the campus that is the LAPD administration area. But from where you're a little too far back, did you see anything at all?
I'm looking towards LAPD headquarters. We see a fire truck out front possibly right now. We did see a bunch of police cars go in that direction, but it's so hard to tell what exactly is going on from our vantage point with everything else that's going on around us. Again, you can see the agitators, the protesters with those street barricades kind of trying to figure out what to do, essentially. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can see they're just kind of walking around with them right now. So
there's not much of a mob mentality if the mob's been sort of dispersed. So then, you know, who's left? Who's designing this strategy?
Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of strategy, and
no.
It doesn't. Okay, now we're looking from Skyfox. That looks like
that looks like a vehicle is on fire.
Yeah, maybe we can take that picture full. Matthew, thank you. We'll go back to you. This is quite a fire that's happening. Trying to get an exact sense of where this is.
Yeah, location.
Looks like we're near downtown Los Angeles, yeah, that is.
Oh, that could be the original trash dumpster that was on fire earlier, but now it's fully engulfed, as they say in fire speak.
A dumpster fire is a very appropriate thing to be describing this last few days in Southern California, and now we literally have a dumpster fire.
Jackson and Center so are we looking, what is lit up to the right? That's not a stadium, is it? Like a high school football stadium?
No, it looks like it may be, it looks more like train tracks or possibly there, or some sort of industrial complex that we're looking at. This is sort of towards the outskirts, I think, of of downtown Los Angeles as we're looking now at some of the bridges. And it looks, at least at this hour, the good news is that the freeway traffic seems to be moving smoothly, which was not the case that we saw earlier. But some of these roads, like the one here, we see a big law enforcement presence making themselves be known. And it's interesting where they choose to deploy and where they don't.
What's atop the sheriff's patrol cars?
Are those ways? Yeah, I haven't quite seen that exactly before.
No, and it's a part of like a truck.
Yeah.
So we don't know what that is. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah. All right, we're going to take a slight break away from what's going on downtown, despite the fact we'll keep a little bit of an eye on it, but we do want to get to some weather. Adam Kruger is here. And Adam, you know, what does the work week look like?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, I'd like to compliment your coverage. First of all, you guys are doing great, and I've been watching along with everyone at home at what's playing out there. We'll get back to it, like you said, in a moment. Let's just kind of catch up to speed, because, you know, we got to get back to normal, right? We got Monday coming up, and everyone's got things to do for this week ahead. So what we're talking about is the fact that we're going to see a warming trend, not what I would call a heat wave, but it'll get warmer, with probably every day for this upcoming week being warmer than normal. Normal would be mid-70s for LA for this time of year, to give you a little perspective. And we also expect more of these June gloom mornings, which we've been seeing a lot of lately. That's going to continue for the foreseeable future, next 6 or 7 days at least. Temps right now, we've got a lot of low and mid-60s on the map. We're not going to drop much from there overnight. There's a look at your lows in the morning, upper 50s to low 60s for most areas. And then highs tomorrow will be warmer than today by a few degrees. Along the coast, probably still some upper 60s or near 70. Notice the upper 70s for LA. Into the valleys, we expect temperatures in the 80s. We expect the Inland Empire to be in the 80s to near 90 degrees. And then in the desert, we expect those triple-digit temps. Palm Springs, by the way, today hit 110, and it'll be close to that again tomorrow. And again, here's a look at what we expect with the clouds in the morning. So those come on in. All these white areas would be where we see the clouds. That's a look at 7 a.m. Here we go to 10 o'clock in the morning. The clouds start eroding a little bit, but still hanging out over a lot of the LA basin and the coast. By 1 o'clock, mostly the clouds are gone, but a few of them, like we saw today, could linger over some of the beaches or barely inland into the afternoon, which is obviously going to keep those spots a little bit cooler than the rest of the area. The national picture showing that we've got high pressure over the western U.S., which is bringing the warmer air. But I also want to point out this cluster of severe weather going through North Texas, kind of like a derecho, if you've heard that term before. It's just a long-lived wall of massive wind. There's been winds clocked 70 to 100 miles per hour with that, as that's moving through North Texas right now. You might hear about that in national weather news anyways. So our pattern as we go forward, high pressure going to linger around here for a while, which is going to keep our temperatures warm. We were looking yesterday at this pattern, thinking it might break a little bit by mid to end of the week with that low, but that stays up there. High pressure keeps us warm. I know we got to wrap this up soon. I'll just show you quickly here the 7-day forecast, which is probably what most people want to see when we do the forecast anyway. So it's low 70s for the coast. Notice we've got some low 80s coming back for LA and Inland OC this week, and the valleys and Inland Empire will be warmer. Guys?
Adam, we want to see all your forecast every time. And just an update for some of our colleagues that were watching, that yellow stuff we saw on top of the Sheriff's Department, those are sort of mobile barricades that they use sometimes for crowd control. So that's what we're looking at as we see this fire, and we continue to watch the situation in downtown Los Angeles. And now we want to bring you, for the first time, my exclusive interview that I did today, a short time ago, with Governor Gavin Newsom at the LA County Emergency Control Center. This is the only sit-down interview that he's done with a local station today, and it was wide-ranging. Here it is. Newsom, what is your main message to the people of California in this moment?
Oh, that Donald Trump is reckless, he's immoral. He's taken the illegal and unconstitutional act of federalizing the National Guard, and he's putting lives at risk.
I mean, is it truly unconstitutional? I know it's been done before.
Well, I mean, in his own executive order, it directs the Department of Defense to collaborate with state governors. So by definition, it's illegal. There was no collaboration. There was no counsel, no consideration of the rules of engagement. It was a reckless act that has led to conditions that have been exacerbated, and it's putting people's lives at risk.
So can't he declare an insurrection and go forward with this?
Yeah, he potentially can, and there's latitude. But as it relates to the actual language in his executive order. There's a reason we're going to court tomorrow, and the reason we're confident that we will succeed. That said, he's pushing now out the boundaries, whether or not we're going to get into posse comitatus, and whether or not he's going to test the theories in that case to then require the state National Guard in a federalized posture to coordinate and collaborate with ICE enforcement, which certainly would not have a precedent in 100+ years.
You think that's going to happen?
I think we're on the precipice of that being a real possibility. I have zero confidence. He's acting recklessly. He's acting unlawfully. He's putting people's lives at risk. And it's my job to clean up Donald Trump's mess, because he's making it by the hour.
You guys talked the other night, right?
Yes, we did.
What was that conversation like?
It was a very collaborative conversation. It was a very good conversation. And he didn't really want to engage on the issues of LA, which was the great irony of this. He wanted to talk about a myriad of other issues. There was no suggestion, none, period, full stop, about the National Guard. Quite the contrary. And by the way, I have a lot of experience with the National Guard. So do you here in LA.
Right.
We've been using the National Guard. I've directed the National Guard down here prior as it relates to issues during 2020 riots. And so we have no ideological opposition of utilizing the Guard, but there's zero necessity. There was no request of mutual aid. LAPD, the Sheriff's Office, no request. CHP, more than capable. We've got 175 CHP off today because of what Donald Trump did with the National Guard.
But we see some of the images in the streets today. We see cars burning. We see freeways being shut down. We see
unacceptable.
But it's clear that things aren't totally under control right now.
That's right, because he's created the conditions.
Yeah.
He's exacerbated the conditions. This is Donald Trump's. These are images that Donald Trump created.
You think he wants it politically?
Of course he wants it politically.
Why?
Because he wants to divide us. He wants to attack the rule of law. He wants to attack the democracy. He wants to attack the best of what makes this country. The reasons our founding fathers lived and died. This fundamental notion of three independent branches. He can't handle. He's already taken over. And Speaker Johnson's a joke. He's completely complicit. $2.5 trillion to your debt, wrecking the economy. Take Elon Musk's comments on that, just not mine. I mean, it's been a disastrous presidency. And so, of course, we're here with another distraction that puts, in this case, people's lives at risk. And he's testing the boundaries of the Constitution in a way that one can clearly argue is a constitutional crisis.
So how do you negotiate with somebody who may want these images?
You can't negotiate with them. Come on, no one can negotiate with them. I mean, no one can. I've gone out of great lengths to try to work with this guy. You can't work with him. You can only work for him, and I'll never work for him. And it's shameful, those that are, and that are complicit in this, and that are rolling over. And as I said, the founding fathers are rolling over in their graves right now watching this.
Do you, because the other night, or he came out and said that when you guys spoke, he warned you that if you didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in troops.
Stone cold liar. Stone cold liar. He made that up, like he makes up so many other things. He never said that.
And he also seemed to make up this idea that the National Guard did a great job last night when they weren't here.
They weren't even deployed, and he claimed victory. He's lost it. He hasn't lost a step. And I saw him trip on the steps today. I mean, this is serious. He is not the same person that I dealt with just 4 years ago. And he's incapable now of even a train of thought. He's making things up, and he's putting people's lives at risk. And he's got a band of people that are complicit in this. And that's what's so damn alarming. And we need Congress to step up, and my gosh, do we need the courts.
But now that the National Guard are here, is there some good that they can do? I mean, those folks, there's a lot of great folks there.
They haven't even been mission taxed appropriately. There's only 300 of them that have been distributed.
Anything they can do to help you?
These are great men and women. I work with them all the time. We've all worked. They've been well received by the community down here. We know these folks. We care about these folks. And I worry about them now. I worry about their safety. He's putting their safety at risk. He doesn't know what he's doing. They don't know what they're doing right now. I mean, I got the CRT teams. I got some of the best and the brightest CHP that are trained for this. By the way, if you're going to use the right National Guard, use the MPs that were out there doing the work here in terms of logistics and traffic management.
Right.
But he didn't even use that
for the fires.
Those folks for the fires.
Right.
I mean, this proves it's just political game that puts people's lives at risk. So it's not a game.
I assume that you believe in immigration law and that there needs to be a way for these folks to carry out some
We
of these.
have never gone the way. State of California does not get in the way of federal actions using federal resources. I've also collaborated with the federal government and vetoed bills that would compel me not to over 10,000 times, 10,000 times from CDCR. We've coordinated with ICE on deportation. I am not sitting here arguing for criminals in our backyard. And I just want to remind your viewers, we have 394 National Guard down at the border that I've had there for years and years and years. Of course, we believe in immigration rules and laws. And of course, we were very vocal on the issue of borders. I think you and I went down 4 or 5 times on the border in events over the last 5 years. We were not passive in this space.
But when we have seen agitators getting in the way of some of these ICE agents who are trying to do their job.
Hey, these sort of anarchists.
What should happen to them?
They should be arrested.
Yeah.
They should be called out. We condemn that destruction of personal property. These guys, these groups come in. They have nothing to do with these peaceful protesters. These poor peaceful protesters. These guys come in to take advantage of these moments, and that's exactly what we knew would happen. That's exactly what Trump knew was going to happen. That's exactly what his team knows. They helped create these conditions to inflame them. This is Donald Trump's mess. What you see in your nightly news is Donald Trump's making, and we've got to clean up this mess. If he can't do it, we're going to have to do it.
It was interesting, the statement you put out reminded me, I'm reading Jonathan Ives' book about Martin Luther King, and he always tried to tell people, protest peacefully. You're throwing, basically you said that if you go out and do violence at this point, you're giving Donald Trump what he wants.
You're handing it to him. So stop. These guys, these idiots that are jumping up on cars, that are burning these Waymos, these people, that's a disgrace. And the impact they're having on our democracy, there's a lot at risk here. I mean, this is not just a simple act of disobedience. They should be arrested. They should be held accountable. Anyone who attacks any innocent person, including a law enforcement person that's lawfully doing their job, they're members of our community just like everybody else. They go to the same churches. They're good human beings. And, you know, just because we don't like Donald Trump, just because we don't like their orders, doesn't mean you have the right to hurt or harm people. And that goes for them as well. And we'll hold them, everybody, to a higher level of accountability. But that's not what Trump is after. He's not for peacemaking. He's here for war. He wants a civil war on the streets of America, not just here. He's testing the boundaries by nationalizing the federal guard. Heck, his own great Kristi Noem was just a year ago sitting there with newsmaker Sean Hannity saying it's outrageous that Biden is considering nationalizing the guard in my great state. Kristi Noem, the same Kristi Noem, saying, what about state sovereignties and state rights? And where the hell is Hannity now? Where the hell is Kristi Noem? They're out there just singing the siren songs of chaos, trying to sow chaos and putting our democracy at risk. These are acts of authoritarians. Period, full stop.
So what you're saying and what he's saying, very heated rhetoric. How do we cool this down? How do we get things to calm down? How do we get the streets at this point to be safe?
Donald Trump needs to rescind his order, period. And then we need to go back to a process where we peacefully protest, where law enforcement peacefully organizes safe parameters of engagement, or at least parameters of engagement that keep people safe, that federal authorities have the right to enforce federal laws, but in a way that can be at least coordinated so that it's not chaotic, and that keeps families together and goes after the criminals, not innocent people that are just trying to live their damn lives and just trying to get their kids educated.
What do you say to critics who say you may have poked the bear by threatening to withhold California's tax money?
This was
and
after he said he was going for a full-scale attack on the university system and cutting NSF funding and cutting NIH funding, poking the bear. Are you kidding? Meaning standing up for principles, standing up for honor and decency, standing up for the rule of law, poking the bear? Come on.
And lastly, there's a lot of people who are scared right now, especially a lot of people who are Latino who are here legally, who are worried they may be taken away. That's a huge percentage of California's population.
Well, I mean, it goes to 40% of the population.
What do you
say? We're a majority minority state. 27% of the state's foreign-born. All these mixed status families.
What's your message to those people today?
They matter and we care. And that's why we're being so aggressive right now, pushing back against these authoritarian tendencies of Donald Trump. That's why we're standing tall with 22 lawsuits. That's why we did a special session. And you guys, many of you called me out as it's too extreme. Shouldn't you be working with Donald Trump during his transition when I called that special session? And we've used those resources to file over 22 lawsuits. We're filing more as we speak. And that included, by the way, $50 million that we set aside, or $25 million specifically for legal aid to help these families, so that we had their back, because we knew something would happen. But I got to say, I never expected Donald Trump to do this and to create the conditions that we're seeing today and threaten to make him even worse by bringing in the military.
Wow, I have so many questions for you, Alex, but you wanted to tie a ribbon around that. And
no, just as we approach the 11 o'clock hour here on Fox 11, we just want to let everybody know that we are staying on the air for extra extended coverage. So it is now the top of the hour, and welcome to the Fox 11 News on at 11 p.m. tonight. During the week, this is when we say good night, L.A., but it's not a very good night in L.A. I'm Alex Michelson, along with Susan Hirasuna. And if you were just watching our interview with Governor Newsom, a couple pieces of news that came out of that. One, this idea that there's going to be a lawsuit announced tomorrow against the Trump administration fighting back on this idea of the National Guard. Another piece of news was news about his conversation with Donald Trump a couple nights ago. He had not talked about that. We had no details on that. President Trump today said that he had warned Governor Newsom, if you don't get things under control, I'm going to send in troops. Governor Newsom says that is a stone-cold lie, that never happened, and that the president is essentially making up a conversation that wasn't real. And I was struck, Susan, especially having talked to him about the wildfire relief, and when he tried to be more conciliatory to President Trump, and he gave him a lot of credit on that, how the governor was really going after the president there.
It felt as if the filter was off. There was something about his body language as well that I had not seen before. Now, perhaps you've had longer conversations with him, perhaps you have, but I've not seen where it feels as if the mask of diplomacy or what have you slipped. And he had a lot of body language that suggested he was truly angry and irritated that the President lied about the fact that he was given some kind of a warning, and that we're in this place right now where the governor says that this threatens the state's sovereignty.
Yeah, and the governor not taking a whole lot of responsibility himself for it, which is, as you see, typical for a lot of politicians. But interesting to hear his perspective. We appreciate that. We want to get back to our reporter, Matthew Seedorf, who is on the ground in downtown Los Angeles. Matthew, what's happening now?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, LASD has left. LAPD has since moved in large numbers right outside of City Hall. The protesters are still facing First Street this direction, and it's the standoff, you could say, continues. You can see flame in the street. Some of those agitators are standing behind A-frames, and this has been going on now for several hours, and it has no reason to believe it could end anytime soon. It seems like there's no real plan. There's so many sirens going off around the area right now. You see them possibly going the other direction behind us, but yeah, just kind of a chaotic scene, but also one that's been going on for a while, where there's bursts of action. There's a firework that just was thrown up in the air, and then moments where it appears like it's calming down, and then it'll kick back up again.
Yeah. Matthew, let me ask you something. It sounded as if there was some kind of public announcement. Is that true, or is it one of the agitators with a bullhorn?
No, there's an agitator with a megaphone on the other side of the street. We've been seeing police go in every direction right now, so unclear what's going on. But yeah, there's a agitator with a megaphone, kind of near where someone's launching those fireworks. They've been launching them every minute or so over there. They've been really just posted up on that side of the intersection for some time now.
And LAPD not answering with flashbangs or tear gas. They're just letting them perhaps die out, like the energy, like burn out the energy, and then perhaps move on.
Yeah, LAPD really has not moved so far. I'm trying to see what we can see on the other end of the street, but since LAPD has got here, they've just been holding the line that the sheriff's deputies were at. Gonna look here. Looks like we can see someone on a motorcycle, bikes. You can see the crowds, and looks like LAPD on the other end of the other intersection beyond First Street, setting up another skirmish line between that street and where we are at City Hall.
That could be an attempt to perhaps cut off access on both ends of that street and then push them eventually either north or south away from the City Hall area, the Civic Center.
Yeah, it looks like that would be 2nd Street where the police are on right now. And those protesters in between where we are with police, and then police over there on 2nd Street.
Right. Somehow they've managed to keep that fire ablaze, which I find sort of interesting because it's going to need fuel.
So, I mean, what have you noticed that there's a thinning out, that as the later it gets, people are sort of over this and they're going home, or is everybody still kind of doing their thing?
I think it's thinning out, but it's pretty slow. I get the sense that people don't really know what to do right now. They feel like they need to be doing something, and they're just kind of wandering and looking for whatever that something is to do. Right now, some of them, looking over here at police, shooting off fireworks. We've heard reports of businesses being broken into in downtown. We see the fire there. But yeah, it maybe is thinning out a little bit, but a lot of wandering taking place.
Yeah. We're also looking at a view from Skyfox where we see that there is another fire that is burning. It's actually much bigger than the spot fire that you have in front of you, Matthew. And also on that freeway overpass, there is a very strong skirmish line, meaning a lot of sheriff's deputies, I believe, because we learned that on top of the LASD vehicle, it's like a truck, there's all these yellow coils, which apparently could be used as a barricade of sorts.
Right, if they set that up in the streets as a way to create a temporary barricade. Maybe we can take that Skyfox picture full and get a better sense of what's going on there. So we've got this fire near the freeway, which so many of us are familiar with. We've seen so many homeless encampments that oftentimes have fires near the side of the freeways. A lot of officials have told me that happens almost every single day in Southern California, some version of that. We don't know what sparked this particular fire, how this got going. Maybe it's one of those fireworks that we've seen that people are shooting out. Those go somewhere too.
And unlike the street, there's actually fuel. So this is like a brush fire, so it can continue to burn.
Yeah, and we don't see the firefighters on scene yet. It seems like that would be a fairly easy fire to put out if they get there quickly.
Okay.
But don't know if when they're going to arrive. So look at this.
A secondary skirmish line.
Yeah.
Also, Matthew, what are you seeing at your location?
Yeah, so LAPD was staged over there on 2nd Street. We're in front of City Hall. So right now LAPD is kind of closing in on those protesters that have been there for the better part of a few hours now, trying to break this up. mentioned that wandering. They're just trying to get whatever was taking place at this intersection to move along. So you can see those bright lights. That's the LAPD cars coming towards where we are in front of City Hall. And yeah, it looks like some people are starting to thin out.
Yeah, and as we look at some of the law enforcement on the move, and oftentimes when they really want to move people, they can. And sometimes they make the strategic decision to let things play out. But that's kind of what we're looking at now. And we have this graphic on the screen that says third night of anti-ICE protests, and a reminder that there have been anti-ICE protests today. But a lot of these folks that are out there are not offering immigration reform policy ideas. These are people who like chaos, hate the system of ICE, the system of police, the system of capitalism, some of them, and like to create problems. And they see an opportunity to create chaos. We've also seen what appears to be tonight burglars and robbers that have used this opportunity to break into businesses because they think the LAPD is busy doing other stuff, and they see their opportunity to cash in. And that's been an unfortunate reality tonight. So yes, there have been protests of people that are frustrated with what the Trump administration is doing, but there's been plenty of people who are out and about tonight and really have very little to say about that. They just enjoy an opportunity to create some problems.
Chief McDonald actually went so far as to say, I recognize those people. We see them time and again taking this as an opportunity to cause chaos. He absolutely says these are not people that are protesting the actions of the president or ICE. That he very much said, we know these people. But then they're troublemakers, they're agitators.
And then the question is, and this is something I talked about with Mayor Bass earlier, is, okay, we know these people, they do this over and over again, so why can't there be a better policy to arrest them, hold them accountable, and have some sort of consequences for this behavior so that it doesn't keep happening and these people don't keep showing up year after year at event after event?
And availing themselves of this.
And it was interesting, if you were with us at the top of the 10 o'clock hour when Mayor Bass was talking, admitting that these scenes are horrible for her and everybody who is legitimately upset with what's happening when it comes to some of the immigration issues, because it distracts from them. It sends the message that the city is in fact out of control, and it emboldens President Trump to do some of these maneuvers that he's been doing, which I know a lot of our viewers think are great and that are worth it. And there's a lot of viewers that think that they're not. But this issue of immigration is so personal for Southern California. You think about the state of California has 2.3 million people who are undocumented, more than any other state in the union. Obviously, we have more people here than any other state in the union, but we also have more undocumented. And you think of Latino make up 50% of the city of Los Angeles, 40% of the state of California. And so obviously there's a whole lot of Latinos that are here legally. Many who went through the process of becoming legal immigrants, and they know how hard it is, are some of the most anti-illegal immigration because they're frustrated that people are trying to cut the line. But there are plenty of people who are here, who were born here, whose parents may be undocumented or their friends are undocumented, and they are legitimately concerned about them and their future tonight. And they see these images, and this is something I talked about with the mayor, that there are people that are making the question tonight, should I go to school tomorrow? Should I send my kid to work? What should I do tomorrow? And that is a real thing that people are thinking. So we know, depending on where you are at life and what your political persuasion are, there are people that see these images and think, thank God, it's about time. Law and order, restore this. We need it. And there are other people that are watching this that are concerned, could I be next?
Okay, let me just point out the LAFD is there. They'll put out that brush fire. We're going to go back to Matthew Sudorf because, Matthew, you're getting some kind of emergency alert?
Yeah, this is probably the third or fourth time we've gotten these today downtown. I don't know if you can see that. Emergency alert, LAPD avoid the LA Civic Center area, unlawful assembly declared. You can hear all the phones going off in the area, so everyone is getting these right now. Police definitely serious trying to get people to go home at this point. It's getting late. Again, a lot of people just wandering, looking for something to do. That alert goes out, and hopefully that gets the message out there that, you know, this is done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see everybody walking the other way because they just got that alert?
Not quite.
I guess I'll wrap it up now.
So, no.
That's it.
Yeah. I don't
Good
think
night,
so.
everybody.
We've gotten about 3 or 4 of those alerts today, and it doesn't seem like, you know, people look at it on their phone and just put it right back in their pocket.
Right. But meantime, it does look as if there are fewer people at that intersection. And we want to show you some video from earlier today, just because if you've been following what has happened over the last couple of days, all things started in Paramount when ICE agents had an area, a staging area, if you will. And then it was yesterday when things sort of erupted and became, Matthew was in the middle of it, when it became much more violent and damaging.
Our
we had a Fox 11 vehicle that was destroyed. Absolutely. So here are people the day after, so now Sunday, and they are cleaning up from what happened the day before. And all those bad actors, all those agitators that did things far more than just holding up signs and protesting against President Trump's policies here and the order to get illegal immigrants out of this country.
And God bless these people coming together to clean up their community and taking pride in where they live. And a reminder that a lot of these folks who are causing the chaos, these are the kind of people that are hurt.
Right.
People that live in these communities, the people that work in these communities, the people that are just trying to go about their day and do the right thing, they're the ones who have to deal with the impact of people's selfishness in the way that they are handling these situations. And so that's some of the video from earlier today in Paramount. Good to see a much safer situation than what we saw yesterday. And you know, and we've seen, you know, some extraordinary scenes throughout the day. We saw the freeway was shut down for several hours. We saw CHP vehicles that were hurt there. Maybe we can show some of.
Well,
look at this.
This video is really remarkable because we didn't really 100% understand what this driver was trying to do. But in addition to having a mini street takeover, doing the donuts in reverse, then you notice that the agitators, they are taking their ire out on this driver. Wow. So then he takes off from that location. Notice that he's now throwing things out of the van. I believe that's because some people were successful and got their rocks and concrete through the driver window or passenger side window. Then he went into the plaza next to Alvera Street, right? So you know this area, it's near where the gazebo is, where there's oftentimes a lot of music and dancing. This is not an area where you're supposed to be driving unless perhaps you're like maintenance or delivery or something like that. We watched the driver as he tried to get back through those barriers there, couldn't, so then backed back up and then eventually got out of this area. So now he's on that edge of Los Angeles Plaza, Alvera Street, Chinatown, and he's going at a fairly high rate of speed. Now he's going to get to Cesar Chavez, this intersection here. And then he does this where he decides that he's going to back up. Now he's going in reverse. And P.S. there's a lot of other people. There's a bicyclist that eventually gets sideswiped by his irresponsible actions. He gets out of the car here. Watch what he tries to do with this very heavy dumpster. Oh, we don't have that part. But notice how people realize, wait, there's something wrong with this guy. So they go running after him. Not that they're going to catch up with him, but there was an effort to stop him. That guy threw something at him. So a lot of erratic driving. And then this, where it was remarkable.
It's like a pursuit without anybody pursuing him.
Exactly. There's no law enforcement over. We were over. Sky Fox was over. Then he just gets to an area, Savannah Street and East First, and gets out of the vehicle. There he is right there. He's talking to some woman. He's by that light pole. Without any kind of resistance, he is arrested by police.
What are the chances you think he was on something?
Very possible.
That looks like an
this
episode.
is the moment where he sideswiped the bicyclist.
Hopefully that.
So we have a little highlight there. So
that's
for
wild.
much of watching this, we were so confused as to what he was trying to do. What was the point of the donuts? You know, and then the erratic driving, sideswiping that bicyclist. And a kid, well, we go off of it, but yeah, there's that moment where the bicyclist gets hit. I hope the bicyclist is okay. But that was a very confusing moment.
Wow,
and eventually
wild.
There were multiple patrol cars that came and answered the call to get this guy into custody, and he is in custody. Okay, so you have a live shot from Sky Fox in the upper left corner, and that's Matthew Seedorf's cameraman, Elliot, I believe, who's looking down from 1st to 2nd Street there. And it looks as if there are far fewer people in the area.
For the moment.
For the moment.
The question is, did they just move a few blocks away or somewhere nearby, or is it starting to disperse for the night? Thanks to Elliot Mendoza, who's been out there with Matthew hustling all day long and being up live for hour after hour after hour. We want to show you another moment from earlier that was pretty wild. If you missed the coverage, you may have been stuck in the traffic of this as well. You think of the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles, one of the busier freeways in the world, and it came to a standstill today as all these folks blocked freeway traffic in the middle of Sunday afternoon, and you see these images, and it got violent at one point.
Yeah, at this point, I could be wrong, but I believe that most of those people are indeed protesting ICE.
Yes.
This is an anti-ICE protest. But later, after the CHP moves in and after they were able to disperse this crowd mostly, bring in the CHP vehicles, turn all of that traffic around. So those vehicles actually had to reverse course or make a U-turn so that they could get off of the freeway to allow the CHP vehicles in. But then there were those agitators that were on the overpass overlooking the 101, and that's when we started to see the officers down there, the patrol cars down there being rained upon by chunks of concrete, by rocks, by any kind of debris they could find, by fireworks. And the CHP was actually under that overpass, like trapped underneath that overpass to protect themselves from anything that would be lobbed over that overpass there, as you see there. And we watched as people would light things on fire, hoping to get that police car afire, which they did somewhat. And I also want to point out there was a time when the officer tried to get back into that vehicle, and you see that curtain there. That's the airbag that went off. It's an impact bag on the side, typically, to protect you. But that came not because the vehicle crashed into anything, but because someone was successful in getting a rock or a piece of concrete to hit the car in a manner that it set off the airbags. And once those airbags are deployed like that, you can't drive that vehicle. So
isn't it crazy if you think about any one of these things would have happened on a normal day? That would be a huge story. And the fact that everything we just went through happened on the same day. And while Fox 11 and you have been on the air for it, is just crazy.
4.5. We're going up on 4.5 hours. Okay, we want to show you something else because this was the first time that we saw police officers, mounted police officers, and mounted police are very successful with crowd control. We oftentimes see them in big crowds, even when it's not a riot situation or a situation where they're worried about the crowd. They're just really good at crowd control, in part because people love horses, frankly. So in some respects, you know, police officers that are mounted officers will say that they love their jobs and people love them because they love the horses. So oftentimes it's helpful in sort of diffusing a situation. In this case, this was a situation where they've built their own sort of horse skirmish line, and it's very good for crowd control. It's very good for dispersing a crowd because no one wants to go up against a big, massive beast like a horse. So it was really remarkable. They're not out anymore, but they were out during the daytime, and look what happened. How people are indeed moving away. I was worried. You see people are throwing things, but hopefully none of the horses were hurt.
Maybe we need more horses.
Perhaps. I don't know.
That's how we make this whole thing.
But look how they also included officers. They've got the less than lethal rifles in their hands in front of the horses.
So one of the big headlines of the day was the arrival of the National Guard without the permission or request of Governor Newsom, but President Trump insisting
LAPD chief.
Them to come in. And you see, this is images of the National Guard outside. I think this is a federal facility in downtown Los Angeles.
I think that's the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center.
That they're protecting there and making sure that everything is okay. So I think. You know, an interesting moment, by the way. We just had, I got a text message from Alex Villanueva, the previous sheriff of LA County, on this question of the National Guard. If you were watching us about 20 minutes ago, we had our interview with Governor Gavin Newsom, who said that President Trump has been a stone-cold liar when it comes to having a conversation with him in advance about the troops of the National Guard. And Villanueva said to me that Gavin is the stone-cold liar. In 2020, I requested National Guard for LA during the riots and deployed them as I saw fit. I never consulted with him, used the Cal OES mutual aid protocol. He's, of course, blaming his successor, Sheriff Robert Luna, who he ran against, and he's also blaming Jim McDonnell, who he also ran against, if you think about it.
That's right.
He defeated McDonnell, and then Luna defeated him for LA County Sheriff. He says they're responsible by not coming to the aid of federal LEOs, law enforcement officers under assault. You know, a lot of this started, if you think about it, with the federal law enforcement officers who were trying to carry out immigration, deportation, criminal proceedings with court orders, they say, and you saw people throwing things at their trucks and getting in their faces and doing what they could to stop those procedures. That's what got President Trump involved and made him make the decision to bring in the National Guard.
But Police Chief McDonnell got the job in part because he made the pledge that he recognized that LA is recognized as a sanctuary city, and that in this situation, you know, we heard the governor say, look, we're not in a position to get in the way of federal operation. Well, Chief McDonnell says pretty much the same thing, but at the same time he said, we're policing the streets, we're keeping the peace in the streets, we're not here to aid ICE. Okay, we're going to go back to Matthew Seedorf. Matthew, what's going on where you are now? It seems like the optics anyway are slightly different.
Yeah, it's calming down a little bit. It seems like police are really trying to get people to go home at this point. The skirmish line has pushed further towards 1st Street while police have moved in on 2nd Street. You can see there are still some agitators and police in the area. In that corner over there, you can see probably dozens of those protesters and agitators, but also police also just right there on both sides. So it's kind of ongoing. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is moving forward. You know, are the agitators, the protesters, trying to move beyond police? It seems like everyone is satisfied with their current line. So as far as, unless people decide to start going home, I don't know if this is just kind of where we're going to be for a few more hours, but we've seen these protesters. They started at City Hall hours ago. They've pushed beyond 2nd Street. Now they've been kind of going back and forth between 2nd Street, 1st Street, City Hall, and back. But it does seem like things are calming down and people are starting to disperse. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much. You know, Alex, it's interesting because I remember, of course, being in the Civic Center area 5 years ago during the social justice marches. after the death of George Floyd. I've been there for Occupy LA.
Yeah, that was wild.
Those three things that I just mentioned, including this one, it's all different. There's definitely a different feel. This time period feels rougher. And P.S., I didn't think that, the social justice marches were smooth and easygoing, or Occupy LA, but this just seems so much rougher.
Well, you could argue, in those situations, we did not have a federal government and state government that were fighting each other. And so they were working together as much as they could, or at least not getting in each other's way. And so there's an argument that some of this is political theater that in some ways benefits both sides. Donald Trump gets to talk about the issue of immigration. A lot of his base likes these images, and so this is good for him. Gavin Newsom gets to talk about why he hates Donald Trump, which his base likes, and it's good for him. It's not good for? Everybody else.
Everybody else, indeed.
And so
all right,
that's part of the problem.
If we can, let's get in this sort of like a day ender, if you will, that gives you a lot of the images that we saw in the course of the day.
We will be back with coverage overnight if needed, and be back at a minimum on Good Day LA at 4 a.m. Here's some of what we've witnessed today together.
I think it's horrible, honestly. I think there needs to be some change because there's no way that this should be all right, that they could just come in and take them whenever they want.
People should not be kidnapped. Right now we're seeing a lot of what used to be called fascism. There's no due process.
These are hard-working community members. People are average, that's why I'm here. Because we have to protect community and make sure they have rights like anybody else.
They don't need all this. They don't need all this. If they would have done it a different way, I truly believe it would not have escalated this much.
There's not just criminals that they're taking, they're just taking everybody. And they're not even asking them for any identification.
I really know you, but I don't. And so I love that about you. You carry that over from social media onto your Sunday Sports Club podcast. How did you become so open and transparent with everything about your life?
Don't say you don't know me, because you actually probably do. I chronically overshare, especially during my husband's football career. I had so much sharing all of the positives. There were some negatives that I also had to share when you're sharing, like, oh, my husband's getting assigned to this team and we're going this place.